Good morning and welcome to Jack Thistledown Racino. It's Best of Ohio Day. 10 action-packed races in store for you today. 9 Buckeye races, 5 championship races. A huge day. My favorite day of the year here at Jack Thistledown Racino. Because it's such a big day, we're going to do extra things today. One of those is this handicapping seminar. I'm track announcer Matt Hook, and joining me today are 2 Buckeye Beasts. You'll see a lot of Buckeye Beasts on the track today. You'll see a couple here with me. First off, we have from the OTBO, board member Tony Fischbach. Tony, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having us here, Matt. You know, obviously, as you mentioned, we're just here to help highlight this great day for Ohio racing. Breeders and owners are the lifeblood of this sport, so we're here to bring a little bit of attention to that and hopefully build some momentum from there. So thanks for having us.
And hopefully pick a few winners too. We have a large Jack 6 carryover today that's approaching $25,000. Due to the 10 race card, that Jack 6 will start with race 5 today. Races 5 through 10 will be involved in that Jack 6. And we also have the executive director of the OTBO, owner, and he'll be competing in the championship races today, Mr. Mike Anticino. Mike, welcome to the show.
Matt, thanks a lot for having us. Thanks for having the OTBO here. Thanks to Patrick Ellsworth, director of racing, and everybody at Thistledown who's made this very accommodating for us. The OTBO was founded in 1958. We're one of the longest running horse-oriented associations in the state of Ohio. We are the organization that facilitates the mixed sale that we will hold in October. We are the group that advocates for the breeders in Columbus. And most importantly of all, we are racing fans, owners ourselves, and we're looking forward to a great Best of Ohio Day today. So thanks for having us.
A day like today is really the pinnacle of Ohio racing when you have the Best of Ohio and 5 championship races. But a lot of work goes into this program to put this day together. It doesn't just start this day, this week, this month. It's years and years of work done by the OTBO and guys like Tony and Mike. And it's an honor to have you guys here today. Thanks for being part of the program.
It's our pleasure. Shall we get started?
Yeah, let's do some handicapping here. That's what we're here for. We're going to try to pick some winners. And let's dive right in. The Best of Ohio does start early today. We start with race number 1. It is one of the 5 championship races today. It will kick off in early pick 5. That's new to the wagering format today. Due to the 10 race card, we will have 2 pick 5s. And the first one will start here with today's first race. It is the Ohio Cleveland Kindergarten Stakes. It's $100,000 for 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs. Make sure you scratch the 1 Mutiny. The 1 Mutiny will remain in the barn. The 1A Tantrum, the 1X Corner Office, the 1Y Condemnation. They will compete today for the Cleveland Kindergarten. Corner Office 1, the Hoover. Tony, will he repeat in the kindergarten?
Well, you know, I got to say, as you know, I mean, Tim Ham is always stacked with 2-year-olds. So he's got a 4-horse entry scratched down to 3. But I got to be honest with you, there are other horses in here that I think are going to totally give this entry a run for their money. I mean, as you look at horses like Country Club Bobby, that race, if you watch that race at Belterra, watching a 2-year-old come off the pace and manage to come up the rail and win going away. I mean, that's impressive for a 2-year-old. They're usually not that experienced. So I think they're going to have a run for the money here on the Tim Ham entry.
So I actually picked, my picks can be found on Twitter at MattHook6, and I did pick Country Club Bobby. Tom Amos is a international trainer, and right now the tote board, it's really early, but Country Club Bobby is 3-5 and currently favored. Mike, what do you think about this race?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to pick the Ham entry, but I also went with Country Club Bobby, and the reason I did is I believe that they actually aimed for this race. That's the difference with stake races. You know when the races are going to be run and that they are going to go. So I think they had this race in mind all along. They had a beautiful prep race. The horse was in hand when he won his maiden race easy. They've worked him a couple times, put some air in his lungs. I think he's the upsetter. The race sort of shapes up for him. Some of the Ham horses will go to the front. He'll sort of get the run of the race. And then when John McKee asks, I think he picks him up in the lane.
Now remember, we're here to highlight breeding as well. So if you look at a horse like Condemnation, let's not forget the Condemnation is a half to Liberate, who's in one of the stakes later today.
And Liberate was a dominant 2-year-old.
And Esplanade, who may just be the reigning 2-year-old champion filly. So from a breeding perspective, Condemnation certainly has it.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons I went with Country Club Bobby was I thought we'd get a price. So I never expected 3-5. Maybe our picks got out early, man. I don't know. But the Ham entry will be awful tough to beat, no doubt about it. I even think Tantrum, I think you throw out that last race, and Tantrum looks like he could be some trouble in here too. So Definitely Tim's got 3 horses with different styles that'll be making a run at it, but can't pick every one. So I like Country Club Bobby, and I even think Day of the Gray could maybe factor into this thing. He had a difficult race last time, sort of a bad start. They've added blinkers, I think, in this race. And I would say turn it for home. If he's close, look out. He could make it a 3-horse photo.
Now, a horse like the Day of the Gray has many big days ahead of him because he's what's called accredited. Mike, can you just explain the difference between the 2 kinds of Ohio breds we have here in Ohio, the registered and the accredited? Like the Day of the Gray, he's accredited.
Yeah, absolutely, man, and thanks for pointing that out. In Ohio, we have a very unique program. We have 43 stake races a year, over $3 million in stakes for Ohio-bred horses, and there are actually 2 kinds of Ohio-bred horses. Horses whose sires are standing outside the state of Ohio, those are called Ohio breds. Horses whose sires are resident in the state of Ohio, those horses are called accredited, like you mentioned. And we do have some races exclusively for accredited horses. Twin Spired is one of the leading sires in Ohio. He throws runners. The Day of the Gray will absolutely be heard from going forward.
Yeah, he'll have different opportunities. He has an opportunity today, don't get me wrong, but there will be opportunities given to him down the road that some of these other Ohio breds he'll face today won't have because of his accredited status, which is just a huge deal. I mean, this state of Ohio is just blown up with this breeding, and accrediteds are getting better every year, and they're competing pretty well with the registered, aren't they, Tony?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think you see the breeders here in Ohio are dedicated to bringing better stallions here every year, and so you see stallions like Fort Larned are standing here in Ohio now. We just brought in, unfortunately Danza just passed away.
Right.
But there are definitely breeders that are committed to bringing better bloodlines into this state.
Yeah, it's just an awesome time to be an Ohio breeder.
Absolutely, and some accredited horses actually win the open races too. The Vivacious was won by an accredited Ohio-bred mare 2 weeks ago. So
yeah, well, I mean,
there's always hope.
Remember the great Cat Launch? He didn't become a millionaire just because he was accredited. He won numerous registered races. The great Leona's Reward, she didn't become a millionaire just because she won accredited races. Those were 2 standouts that are in the accredited ranks, but there are more to come, and it's an exciting time as a fan to watch these horses develop, and I'm just so happy to be here. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about the Miss Ohio Stakes, race 2. Fillies of the 2-year-old variety will take center stage. And let's start with you, Mike. Who do you like here?
Well, again, here, the Tim Ham's got a horse in here, but I'm going with the Bruce Ryan double. Flatter Her again. I think Tom Amos, Bruce Ryan, they aim for this race. They try to win these young races. The horse ran a big race last time. I think she made the natural improvement from first start to second start. It's not going to be easy. I think if I handicapped this 50 times, I could come up with 20 or 30 different winners. But just to go out on a limb, I went with Flatter Her again.
Tony, your opinion?
You know, honestly, when you look at this field, I mean, it's a small, compact field of 6, but I honestly believe any of these fillies could win this. So if you're playing in a horizontal wager, to me, this could be an all button. I mean, this one is wide open. You know, I'm along with Mike. I look at Flatter Her again, and I think she's improving. I mean, every time you like to see 2-year-olds, you want to see an improving number every time. She's doing it. I picked Flatter Her again on top, but, you know, when you look at the 5, Starlit Secret, she ran the best number in her first start out of anybody in this race.
Right, you got Candlelight Hours, who was the runner-up at the Dada. The runner-up Winter Christmas isn't here to compete in the Miss Ohio, so Candlelight Hours kind of takes that mantle coming out of the Tada, the runner-up effort there. So Squid, One Look was all it took for her. Pacific Coast broke the main at first asking. And Prophetess, I've been watching her in 3 starts, and she's been right there. She's competitive. So this is a wide-open race. They both go with Flatter Her again in a very competitive, wide-open second race. All right, in the third race, we do have a scratch. We have a scratch at number 3, Gertie Cat. We're going to try to do all the races on this program. If we run out of time, we'll just skip it and go to the Best of Ohio races. But let's go with race 3. 3 life here, 12-5 Buckeyes, 5.5. Tony, you start us off.
You know, as I look at the past performances of this race, it's almost like an allowance race disguised with a claiming tag. I mean, a lot of these fillies are running for a tag for the first time. You know, perhaps they're all career allowance horses other than maybe the 5 Silky Tassels. I went to Attitude today. the number 4 here, and I think she could even be a single if I'm playing a horizontal wager. I don't know what you think, Mike, but from a single perspective, you obviously have the 1, A Smile a Day, owned by Mass Thoroughbreds, which is a great supporter of the Ohio program. A Smile a Day has a big chance today as the morning line favorite, but I went with the 4 Attitude here for WinStar Farm and Tim Hand.
Yeah, I also went with the 4 Attitude. This is, Tony said, is a allowance race disguised as a claiming race. I think it's about time these horses are in a claiming race. This is where they belong. I think they're going to be competitive. I think if you look at the form, you see some races that are sort of off form, but this is how you get back on form. You run against horses that are a little more competitive. The horse gets a little bigger heart. You see a little different performance than you normally would. Attitude, 2 starts back. If he runs that race, she wins it by, I think, easily. I flipped the coin, highly explosive in Attitude. I think either one of these horses can win the race. And I threw Grazia Who in for 3rd. So my picks were 4, 2, 6.
So Mike's saying a better attitude for Attitude could make the difference.
I think he also went with some of the methods that people use to pick winners, and that's flipping a coin.
I prefer throwing darts. That's me. I'm a dart thrower.
Yeah, I did the dart throw in the sprint there, so we're good for that.
Well, I like Attitude too, so we're with consensus there in the 3rd. The 4th, we move on. We have registered fillies and mares at a mile, and these are of the maiden variety. Tony, start us off.
We've all heard the term in this sport, a career maiden. And I think you're going to see one of those in this race. And not to knock the horse, but when you look at Well-Oiled Cat, the 7, today will be her 31st start without that elusive maiden win. So maybe today, at this 2-turn, 1-mile distance, she'll get up. So maybe that's a long shot special of the day. But I went to the 1 here. I mean, I went to Song's Top Shelf. I just think she's in the right spot today. She had some trouble in her last. She tried winners twice. She already won via DQ, if you look back there. So,
and that wasn't her fault that day. That was her entry mate's fault,
right.
I believe.
So from a maiden perspective, she's not really a maiden on the past performances. So I'm going to go with the 1 Song's Top Shelf here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Tony stole my line, but as he's used to. But I think Well-Oiled Cat 31 is the charm. I don't have her picked on top, but I think she's on the ticket for sure. I think the 1 and the 5 battle out for this race. I went with Peyton Pretty. I just think the horse is a little more classier, not as seasoned, which in a race like this can be a good thing. I think maybe it finds herself on the lead and just wins it. But this is another difficult race, and I don't mean to be equivocating all the time, but I think the 1, you could make a case for the 1 as well. I think the horse is improving. She's faced way tougher. You got stake winners in her past performance lines. As you can see, Boogie won the stake. And then she ran up against the mighty Beeble G2, which is one of my horses. So that goes against her because the Beeble G beat her. But I think she could also be tough in this spot.
Yeah, well, let me just say one thing about the Ohio breeding program. In what other state can you have a horse, and again, we're not knocking her, Well-Oiled Cat, who has started 30 times and has yet to break her maiden, but yet her earnings are over $40,000. So she's managed to eke out a pretty decent living without having the ultimate success, which is a win. And it's just a credit to the program that something, that this can happen.
Yeah, and you're going to see races coming up on the card later, of course, with all Ohio breds. And there's 9 horses, I think, in the Governor Buckeye. And the total earnings in that race are about $2.7 million.
Wow.
Right? So those are all Ohio breds. You see 8-year-olds, 4-year-olds. And sometimes, as we all sort of know, a horse can find his or herself as a 4-year-old, as a 5-year-old. The light goes on. So as long as you stay sound and you run, you can come back and make some real money as a 5, 6, and even win a stake as a 6-year-old.
Yep. All right, let's move on to the 5th now. The 5th will kick off our Jack 6 today, and that's a big thing today because the carryover in the Jack 6 is large. It's approaching $25,000. It's a 20-cent wager. It's a jackpot wager. If you're the only one that hits it, you take down the jackpot. If multiple people hit it, you do receive a cash prize. However, you do not get the jackpot. So the Jack 6 today is at or about $25,000. It's only a 20-cent wager. It starts with today's 5th race. It involves races 5 through 10, and I'm a huge fan of this bet. It's a bet I would make on a daily basis. So the Jack 6 starts here in the 5th. We have a 3 other than optional 2,500 of the Ohio variety here, or 25,000, excuse me. Mike, who you got?
Well, I'm going with number 3, Over Icy. And so one of my handicapping general rules of thumb is class stands out. So Over Icy, for his career, they've run him in better races. They ran him in $100,000 claiming races. He's in for the tag. And he gets the services today of one of my all-time favorite jockeys, Deshaun Parker. Deshaun Parker makes a difference on every horse he's on. He's a George Wolf Award winner. He's a credit to racing. He's an Ohio guy. He's been around here forever. He doesn't ride at Thistledown very often, but I can guarantee you this. Deshaun Parker will be watching the first 4 races, and he'll know where to be and when to be in this 5th race. So put Deshaun on Over Icy's back, and I like him to upset this field today.
How did you say that? Class
stands out.
I think when you're off TV, you'll say it in a different way, somewhere like class kicks.
Well, I used to say class must tell, because when I was growing up, there was a horse at Finger Lakes, a gray horse. Bill Strange trained the horse, and he won many, many races with a jockey named Bobby McKeever on, who's from the McKeever family.
Yep, we know him well.
And yeah, so class must tell. And I really do think class shows. But just 2 more seconds on this race. Here again, we have a chance to have claiming horses. You know, they're not all in for the tag, but for everybody who doesn't know out there, that gives you an opportunity to be a race owner through the claim box. It's just like owning a golfer or a tennis player or a team. And now that's your horse for limited amounts of money. You can not only have fun, but in this Ohio program especially, you can make a profit. So I encourage anyone who's interested to find us after the race, call the OTBO, check our website, otbo.com. We would love to get as many new people involved in the sport as possible. It's a great sport, and you can make money at it. And then the claiming game is one way to get in it with limited risk and sometimes major reward.
We talk about the claiming game, and it does stand out in the Buckeye program as well. We'll talk about a horse with a chance on a $100,000 race later on the program that was recently in for a claiming price. That horse, Nick Can Fix. He's live in today's Honey J. But you look at a horse like the 5 Royal here, Tony, who just lost to Nick Can Fix by 3/4, and to me, that's enough.
Well, and I think when you look at the pace scenario, Royal is going to be on the pace. You know, if we're sticking with the theme of claiming horses, I mean, I love the theme of a hard knocker.
Right.
I mean, if you look at the one, Little Blaker was claimed for $12,500 just 2 races back, ran for $7,500, a starter optional in the last race, and has a big shot here. I mean, you talk about a hard knocker. 60 starts, 13 wins. Of those 13 wins, 9 of them have been at today's distance. 57% in the money. This is what we like to call a check getter.
Yep.
We like this as owners. We love horses like that. And I actually give Little Blaker a big shot here. I used him for second on the ticket, but you know, I went to the 6 to tell you the truth. I know we're talking about the Ohio program and running against restricted company. This horse has been running against open company, and you have to go back a full year to find the last time, to tell you the truth, ran against Ohio breds. So I think, as Mike says, class. I think the current class of To Tell You the Truth is going to go a long way here, and I picked him on top.
So the way we handicap the race, we all 3 have a little different opinions, so kind of a competitive 5th race to start your Jack 6. You might have to go a little deeper than 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe more. Let's move on to the 6th race here. There's a scratch part of the entry here. The one Estrella Dane will come out with the 1A Victory Division. He will race and represent the red saddlecloth. On that one, there's a 2 other than 3 life for accrediteds. We talked about accrediteds versus registered earlier. This is an opportunity for accrediteds to compete amongst themselves. Mike, who do you like here in this race?
I like nobody, Matt. but since I'm forced to pick in every race, I went with Reinvested Interest. Again, I think the horse has been facing a little bit tougher. He's run against stake horses, Buckeye Bullet, Uptown. Those are horses that you'll find in stake races. They're not going to find some of these horses here. I think it's one of those picks where I really don't like anyone else. So Reinvested Interest is sort of last man standing, and that's the pick.
Tony.
So, you know, in this one, as Mike said, maybe because he's trying to find process of elimination to find his winner. I mean, when you look at this, it is a very evenly matched race, because if you look at the highest buyer speed figure every horse in this race has run, they're all within 6 points of each other. So, I mean, these horses are all right there. I guess to keep the claiming theme, I didn't even realize this when I put my ticket together, but it looks like I like the 6 on top with the 3 second. And both of those horses were just claimed for 7,500 last out. So stepping up here into an allowance condition. But I think the form is current, and I think they're on good form, and today's their chance.
You talk about making money. Here are two owners that have taken 7,500, and if they're successful today in a $35,000 race, you're talking about 21,000. They not only get their investment back immediately, but an extremely large profit margin. So that's the kind of thing claiming Ohio breds can do in the state of Ohio.
Absolutely, and it's no knock on the previous trainer either. A horse goes to a different barn. It's just a different method. They may have a different feeding program. They exercise horses better, and some horses will take to that and some horses won't. So you can sort of wake them up that way. Look at James Jackson here, Stone Cold Cat. I know it's a limited sort of a sampling, but he's 50% with horses off the claim. He's red hot at Thistledown this year. Stone Cold Cat ran a good race last time, so maybe there's a little bit left in the tank, and he knows how to place horses. So the fact that he's put the horse in this race tells you he likes him. He's not offering him right back for a tag, so I threw him on my ticket. I went 4-1-3, Victory Division. Hostile Takeover, he's a new stallion in Ohio. He's been in other places. He's here now. I actually have a few Hostile Takeovers that are coming out pretty soon, so I'm sort of rooting for him. Victory Division, I don't know. This is a good example of a horse that the lights seem to have come on, because it looked like in an early part of his career he just wasn't getting it. And then all of a sudden it clicked. He broke his maiden, maybe threw a clunker in after that, but then he came back and ran two very strong races. So that's a horse in form, maybe even peaking for this race. That's why I said it's a sort of a dart throw here.
Well, I do agree with Mike. I agree with Mike in this race. Reinvested interest. I look at horses like Uptown, who I have a lot of respect for, Gift of Oak, Chip Chop, King of the Buckeye, Buckeye Bullet, Midnight Mikey, Mobile Solution, and I just see that reinvested interest perhaps has been competing against better. I like the 8-1 too. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near 8-1 today. I don't think that happens, but I do like 8-1 on the program. Makes me a little excited. Now we're getting right back into the Best of Ohio. We have the 36th running of the Best of Ohio Pay the Man Stakes. You want to talk about wide open. This is 100,000, 1 mile and 1/8, Tony. And I think you can pick 9 or 10 horses in this race. How many are in the race total?
Well, and
11? Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities here.
I love a race like this at 1 1/8 miles, where now it really starts to become important with the pace scenario. And I always like to look at the pace scenario in a race like this. Who is going to be on the lead? How many are going to try to go to the lead? And so, if you look at the form, I see no way that the 3, Sally Strong, is not going to be part of the pace scenario. I mean, she's going to be up there. She's only got a few starts, but she seems to want the lead every time. But my top pick here, I go to the 6, Moonlit Mission. I don't think pace matters to this mare. It doesn't matter if they go 25 and 50 to the half or 22 and 47 and 4 to the half. She seems to run every single time. And those of us that have been around the program long enough know she may have actually won this race last year,
right?
But was disqualified and taken down. That might have been a little controversial,
maybe.
But I think today is going to be her day to get repercussion on that, and she'll be standing in the winner's circle again.
Mike, one thing that stands out to me in this race today is not necessarily who's in it, but who's not in it. We don't have the 2020 Horse of the Year Esplanade in here, and we don't have the viral superstar Amadevil in here either. So this becomes a very competitive race.
Yeah, man, I was rooting for 10 scratches in But
yeah, you're in this race.
That didn't happen.
I didn't even bring that up. Tell us about your mare, Grisabella. You got to pick her.
So I'm picking the 8, Grisabella. Well, you know what, Grisabella, it's worth a few seconds.
She's live here.
So Grisabella was a horse we claimed for 7,500. I had watched her for a long time. Jeff Radosevich and I have been together almost 30 years. We've taken, several claiming horses and won stake races with him. When Grisabella showed up for a tag, I said, boy, Jeff, we got to take a shot with this one. And 4 stakes wins later, Grisabella has become the best grass mare in Ohio. But, they don't run enough stakes on the grass, unfortunately, and Thistledown needs a turf course if you're listening to me up there in Jack Racing. But
I'll mow it.
And Grisabella, the interesting thing about her is people think of her as a come-from-behind horse, but in all her 9 wins, she's never been more than 5 lengths behind in those wins. So today we team up with my old friend Scott Spieth. Scott, Jeff, and I won the Ohio Endurance in 2013 with a horse called Raise the Reward. I think that was probably collectively one of the oldest trios, if you combined all our ages, to win a race. So that was a big win. But Grisabella's up against it today. You'll see she's got to overcome the owner, of course. I'll be crying win or lose after the race. If I was picking with my head, I would pick Moonlit Mission. I think Moonlit Mission is a monster. As Tony said, the race shape doesn't matter so much to her. The draw hurts some horses more than others. If Drill It was drawn inside, I think she'd have a much better chance. She's going to have some trouble from there. Circus Rings, I think, is, you never know what you're getting with Circus Rings.
Well, but you got to give her a chance. I mean, she is the reigning champion older mare. She did win several stakes after the Pay the Man last year.
100%.
So.
Oh yeah, she's competitive every time too. Moonlit Mission, when they bring her over, she's gonna get a piece of this. I mean, I have no question in my mind. She's there in that super at some level, whether it's first through fourth. I think she's gonna be there. I think that's the one thing I can take away from this race. It is so competitive because I can literally make a case for Cali Dream, Sally Strong, Market Success. I can make a case for Moonlit Mission, Grisabella, Circus Rings, and Drill It. And that's quite a few runners in a very competitive race. They differ a little bit, obviously, and I differ too. I went with Drill It on top, but that's just one of those races where you're going to have to go deep. And I'm super excited to see this race today because of the opportunity so many horses have in that race.
So Matt, one more second. This could be a jockey's race.
Could be.
Sometimes you wonder if somebody's got a super horse, anybody could ride the horse backwards and win. In this case, every jockey has to make a decision. Maybe not Sally Strong, she's going to the front, but Drill It. Does he wait back? Does Christian wait and make a late run? Does he move for position? Same thing with Scott. If he waits too long, we don't have any chance at all. Moonlit Mission's in the middle of the pack with Jose Bracho, who's riding really hot now, maybe the best in his whole entire career. Where does he put the horse? I think you got three tiers. You got the front running tier of 2 or 3 horses, totally obsessed, Sally Strong. Then you got that middle tier, who are going to have to get first move on the closers or they have no shot. Then you got the deep closers. So it could be a heck of a stretch run. You'll enjoy calling that one.
No, I'm really looking forward to it. Another one I'm looking forward to, obviously, is the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup. We go 1.25 miles. We have a 9-horse field here. And Tony, how good has Wicked Warrior been lately? How good is this racehorse?
Yeah, I mean, those last 3 races are just visually impressive.
Unbelievable.
Impressive in speed figures. I mean, he's just physically seemingly above all the rest of the competition in this division. The 1.25 miles, he's already conquered that. So no worries there on the distance. But what do you do? How do you factor in a horse like Forewarned, who is very infrequently in the state of Ohio, but seems to show up for these biggest races on the biggest days and always put in a big run?
Now, Forewarned did beat Wicked Warrior at Mahoning Valley back in October of last year, but then Wicked Warrior turned the tables on him at a Belterra earlier this year. And Wicked Warrior is razor sharp right now, but Forewarned is one of those Buckeyes we don't get to see very often. He starts his career somewhere else. He breaks his maiden somewhere else, runs through his conditions somewhere else. Meanwhile, he's still got that Ohio bred sitting on his pedigree, and now he can take advantage of it here today, even though he's really not an Ohio horse as far as attendance is concerned, Mike.
Right, yeah, but you know what? I think this is a tale of 2 different directions. I have a lot of respect for Forewarned because he dances a lot of dances with open horses in some difficult spots. He's almost never the favorite. He's certainly never the favorite when he's not in Ohio. But I think it's taken a toll, to be honest. I think same thing with Mobile Solution. I think those guys are going the other way. Wicked Warrior, I think, is a horse you could see run outside the state of Ohio. And of course, Ohio breeders, we'd love to see Ohio breds lead the state and be able to compete. I think Wicked Warrior is that sort of a horse. Where's his bottom?
Question.
I don't think we've come anywhere close to
And remember, Mike, he's 4 years old. He's going to be in this division for a long time.
I know it. He's every owner in the state of Ohio looks at that horse and has to shake our head because how are we going to beat him?
And Benny is such a good trainer. Benny Feliciano, he's been a high percentage trainer for years here in Cleveland. He doesn't miss much.
No, and he's got the jockey that he knows too. So we're all right in that race. But I think this is going to be an interesting race because Wicked Warrior is by far my best bet of the day, and if the real Wicked Warrior shows up, it could be another coronation. He could be daylight lengths ahead of this field.
If anybody's going to run him down, I went with the 7 on my ticket. I want to win. If there's going to be a grinder that's going to run him down, I think this is the one that could do it. Coming in a little fresh, didn't race in the month of July, so comes in a little fresh. Again, I'm with Mike. I don't think Wicked Warrior can be beat, but you got to try for odds sake to try to beat him.
And a mile and a quarter, if something doesn't go right, that can really expose a horse late in the race. And if everything goes right for Wicked Warrior, I agree with these two guys. It's going to be very tough to beat. But then you got to think about like a wager like we have here, the Jack 6, which is a jackpot wager. And how do you become the one person to win that jackpot? Well, a lot of times it takes picking against a horse like Wicked Warrior. Now, my selections at BadHook6 on Twitter, I have Wicked Warrior right on top. But how I bet this race might be completely different depending on what my goal is.
Well, what do you think about Magnum Man from a distance perspective? You know, we talk about the mile and a quarter. He's obviously been impressive this campaign in 2021. What about the mile and a quarter for Magnum Man?
Magnum Man's an 8-year-old that I've called probably 80% of his races. I've known him for a long time, and there are times when Magnum Man runs that he might be the best horse in Ohio. There are just explosions, powerful explosions that come from him. And right now he's on his game, but the problem is they just don't happen like back to back to back. But right now he's coming off 3 consecutive victories. One, he was disqualified in his most recent start. The Mobile Solution ended up winning that race on July 7th. But I don't know if I've ever seen him better. I don't know if he's Wicked Warrior good, though, but I haven't seen Magnum Man at this level, and I've been waiting for it. Like I've said, I've seen the talent over the years. I remember a race at Mahoning Valley where he won by 20-something lengths and ran a huge number that day. And this horse does have talent. I mean,
So if, from a betting perspective, this is a race where you might key a horse. Because if you
could do that.
If you put Wicked Warrior on top in your trifectas and your superfectas, and then you like some of these, I think there's some horses that most people can eliminate almost out of hand because they're trying, they're in good form, but they're a couple notches below. But then that leaves your horses like Mobile Solution, Magnum Man, I Want to Win. Because Wicked Warrior is going to be such a low-priced horse, I think you're going to get double-digit numbers on horses that you normally wouldn't. So if you get even if it's a 2-5 on top of a 15-1, 20-1, 8-1, you might get a decent payoff for your bet. So that there is opportunity to make money sometimes, even when there's odds-on horses.
Well, and you mentioned Mobile Solution. I mean, we're kind of overlooking him a little bit, but he does have a victory at this distance. So you've got obviously Wicked Warrior, Forewarned, and Mobile Solution are your winners that have won at a mile and a quarter.
But I don't think Mobile Solution's ever won an open stake.
Has he ever won a registered? I don't know if he has that.
He is accredited.
He has been a monster in the accredited ranks.
He sure has.
And
He's a big horse.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see Mobile Solution, like Leona's Reward, when she walked on the racetrack, you knew who she was.
Yeah, you sure did. She was a big mare.
Yeah, Mobile Solution's also quite a big horse, so you'll recognize him. But yeah, so leaving that one to this 9th race, honey.
Hey, I think the theme today is competitiveness, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean, other than everybody jumping on Wicked Warrior, most of the races we've discussed today have had multiple possibilities. And the Ohio Honey Jay is no different. It's 6 furlongs for these Buckeyes, 12 contestants here. And when you talk about sprinters in the state of Ohio, as of the last few years, it's usually started and ended with Altissimo. He had a little off year last year, but this year he's back in form. What do you think about the former Ohio Horse of the Year?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I don't like the draw.
Right,
the rail in a full field of 12 is going to be tough to overcome. But, you know, I look at the first 4 horses in this race, Matt. Altissimo, Mo Don't Know,
Buckeye Millionaire,
Liberate.
Mo Don't Know.
Exactly. All 4 of these horses in the first 4 post positions are either current Ohio champions or former Ohio champions in some division, whether that's the sprint or older horse or whatever. You know, don't discount Chief Randell. No. He's always there. And so, you know, if you look at my ticket, I think you'll see Mo Don't Know on top. But I think Chief Randell always puts himself in the race. He's in a tactical position. You know, in a full field, anything can happen, obviously. But I just think that one post for Altissimo, as great as he is, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Right.
He is the great one. I think his figures have tailed off a little bit this year versus the last years as he's now 8 years old. But you certainly, I mean, you'll hear cheers. If Altissimo wins, you'll hear the crowd just cheering for him because he's a crowd favorite, no doubt.
And Mo Don't Know is a Buckeye Millionaire. Altissimo, former champion. Liberate looked real live at the top of the lane against Altissimo last time on and kind of flattened out. And he talked about the 4th horse, Chief Randall, who finished 4th at Mountaineer in a pretty tough 4.5. That's not exactly Chief Randall's game, and he still did pretty well there. So, Mike, what do you take away from this race?
Well, you know, I love Chief Randall. I think he's an overlooked horse.
Yeah.
But I don't, to be frank, I don't understand the management of him because I don't know why they ran in that. I know it's a sort of a prep, but it's really tight to this race. I would have rather have seen some sort of air in the lungs breeze for that. That notwithstanding, I picked him. I think Altissimo, I disagree a little bit with Tony. I don't think the rail hurts him so much this time because the 2 and the 3 are not going to necessarily go out. So Altissimo can sort of bounce away from the gate. He doesn't have to send like a wild man because he's got the rail to save position. I don't think he's going to be challenged by the horses next to him, 2 and 3. So he can sort of comfortably go out there. I can't give you a sort of a statistical reason why I would pick Chief Randall, except every time I don't pick him, he wins. So, I mean, I don't know what that says today. I picked him. I like Altissimo because he's a gamer. I mean, there are some horses, when you see him in the morning and they know it's not race day, they sort of lay around. They absolutely know it. But when it's race day, they get a game face on. I've never seen Altissimo in the barn, but I've seen him on the track. And you could tell that he knows it's race day. And that is so rare in a great horse, and here we have it. And so I think he's throwing it out there no matter what, every single time. And then Mo don't know. I mean, $1 million in Ohio is not easy to do.
No.
He's a real racehorse.
And those inside 4 who figured to take a prominent part of the pari-mutuel today, my actual selection in here, I'm going to go with the 12 Nick and Fix just because I love the way he's finished his last few starts. And some of these horses we're talking about are getting a year older, and Nick and Fix has just been dominant from off the pace. He's been push button. You know what I mean? Push button. Not like the other horses are tiring in front of him. I mean, a horse he beat moves like Ali last time out. That horse never quit. And Nick and Fix just blew his doors off.
Yeah, you know, and I can tell you very candidly here that Nick and Fix frustrates the heck out of me because I had him. I don't know if everyone out there knows what this is, but Equibase has a feature called Stable Watch, where if you like a horse, you can put the horse in there. It's a free service, and I'm not plugging Equibase, but it helps people like me who are going more senile by the day to remember horses. So I had Nick and Fix in my Stable Watch because he started his career in the Mid-Atlantic. And he was running in $40,000 claimers, and I kept waiting for him to drop. Then he disappeared for 2 years.
Yep.
Then he came back here in a 12.5, and he didn't run so good. And then he ran for 7,500, and I thought to myself, now's the time. You have been watching this horse for 4 years. Well, I didn't pull the trigger. Shane Myers did. The rest is history. I mean, congrats to that. The horses, how do you win from the 12 hole against these horses? That's my concern.
Is anybody worried about 4 races in 35 days?
I mean, I don't pretend to know as much like as a trainer. You know, I mean, I can kind of say that probably isn't a positive, but I mean, he's fit. I guess we have that advantage with Nick and Fix. We know he's obviously feeling good. I mean, if they're bringing him right back off a starter win and throwing him in for $100,000, they know who's in the race. There's a process for these stakes races. First you nominate, you look at the nomination list, you know who you're running against when you enter, and those connections of Nick and Fix, they know who's in here today.
But again, when you look at it, I mean, he's never won a stake, I don't think, in Ohio.
No, he hasn't.
He's going to try it on his best form as an 8-year-old. So you're right. Now's the time to pull the trigger and put him in here. The 12 hole hurts him, but I think in a 6 furlong sprint, anything can happen.
If you're looking for some live action, started from the bottom, that's a horse that all of us here have to admire. He went down in the Noonan.
I remember that
spill. Yes. We all watched the race with our hearts in our throats. It was who was going to get up, who was going to come back. And he's come back incredibly strong after that race. He's improving every start. 3-year-old up against these old monsters. I mean, they've thrown him to the wolves. But I root for him because of that. He's overcome that. Going with Style, I think, is a horse that...
I'm a Going with Style fan. I always have been.
And I think
good-looking gray horse.
Yeah, he's a gamer, right? So sometimes a race falls apart. So in a race like this, there could be 3 or 4 guys that are trying a little bit different tactic.
Can anybody outbreak King Creed, though?
Well, no. So King Creed, we haven't even mentioned him. So King Creed will be out there winging it.
Right.
Altissimo will be breathing down his neck. Mo Don't Know and Liberate will have to be watching him and keeping close. If they are a little uncomfortable with where they are compared to their normal style, then when they turn for home, they sort of start to fall apart.
I think from a pace perspective, you might be missing the other 3-year-old in the race. Started from the bottom. I mean, that horse may go out and wing it with King Creed.
I don't know if any of these. Maybe Dougie Dioro has King Creed speed. Maybe. But King Creed, I mean, he went 45-2 last time against open horses like the Tabulator and Woodland Walk. King Creed could win this race. 6 furlongs, maybe that last half furlong might prove a bit pesky. Well, they're going to know he's in there.
Well, you're going to be calling his name for sure.
Yeah, no
right?
question.
Yeah, no,
right?
yeah, and you know that's another thing. Sometimes, especially front-running horse, if they get on the lead and it's a little easier than they thought, they get a big heart.
Yeah.
And if he's on the lead, turning for home on the rail, and he spins in like that, he's going to pick up another half a length, 3/4 of a length, just turning for home, and then he finds himself in a 2-length lead, and then they go to whipping and driving, and Angel Serpa maybe, just maybe.
I think one thing, if you're watching this program or putting on here today, that you can notice as a fan or hear as a fan or see as a fan if you're watching on TV, is the excitement that us three individuals have over this Ohio program. And we've just talked about the final Ohio bred race on the program, but the excitement, you know, is not just today, it's every day. And you guys have, you mentioned it earlier, you guys have a sale coming up, a mixed sale, horses of racing age coming up. Talk about that sale a little bit.
Yeah, appreciate doing that, Matt. So the sale is October 15th at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Last year we had 80 plus horses in the sale. It's a sale for more than older horses. There'll be weanlings, yearlings, 2-year-olds. This year for the first, I think there was a race associated with the sale back in the early 60s, but it's been gone for a long time. But this year we're bringing back the sales graduate race.
Cool.
It'll be a race for 3-year-olds at Mahoning the first week of March. And any horse that goes through our sale is eligible for that race. That's an Ohio bred. That race we're estimating a $50,000 purse for. We hope it will be carded as a stake race because it has to by the Ohio rules. But there are horses that sell in that sale for as low as $1,000.
Yes, I've been there.
Last year we sold Mobile Solution, who's in the stake race here, for over $80,000.
Yes.
So, you know, sort of never know what's going to be showing up. But again, for people that want to get involved in the sport, that's a good way to do it. Find a trainer, and we can help you with that. Or you can certainly, there's a lot of ways to find a trainer, but I encourage you to take a look at that. Go to our website, otbo.com. We will have the sales catalog up well in advance. Entries close September 1st for all you horsemen, so get those entries in. It's very inexpensive to enter a horse. There will be brood mares. There will be brood mares in foal. So you can get into the Ohio program sort of at any level and almost at any cost. And you never know. I mean, you do see many horses that are in the Best of Ohio program today that either went through our sale or are from Ohio.
Well, and there's already 2 or 3 that I remember that sold last October at the Delaware County Fairgrounds that sold for less than $5,000. You find them here in the starting gate for a $33,000, $35,000 maiden special weight, and they win. And that's not very long after that, right? You buy them as a yearling, 8, 9, 10 months later, you're in the winner's circle standing right here at Thistledown.
Yeah, I like to go through the catalog and circle the ones I like and see where they, like you say, see where they end up at the starting gate a year or 2 years later, depending on their age. It's something I like to do, and you know, it's just it's a good thing. It's a fun thing.
Yeah, I've raced in I think 28 different jurisdictions, and there's no other state in the United States, and I've also raced in Canada where, for bang for the buck, that can come close to Ohio racing.
No, nowhere.
43 stake races a year. And there's something we haven't mentioned. So for people that want to also get into the breeding side, there are breeders awards. If you own the stallion, if you own the mare, 25% of the purse is up for grabs in the Ohio races to the owners of the stallion and the brood mare. So there's multiple opportunities to share in these races. It's an incredible thrill to have a winning horse.
And that's one of the reasons you can get a horse, a yearling or a weanling at this sale for under $5,000, because those breeders want them at the racetrack. They can collect breeder awards. You can take the benefits of owning a racehorse, and you know, it can become a profitable experience.
Oh yeah, and that's why we're talking about it here today. We'll be here all day to talk to people if they have any questions. I mean, we need as much new blood in the sport and in the industry that we can get. And I think a day like this really showcases why you actually get involved, because you will see the excitement, you will see the tears of joy and anguish for Mike when Grisabella gets beat. But you know, we will see.
Oh, nice. I don't think anyone's ever picked Grisabella to win, even when
you know I'm a Grisabella fan. You know that.
Good.
You know that.
But you know, there's even more matches. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're okay.
We have some interesting things happening in the state of Ohio now. There's a sports wagering bill that's about to be talked about in the legislature, and we have to make sure that horse racing is included in that bill. Because I don't think people realize, because why would you if you're not directly connected to the sport, but horse racing in Ohio is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Many of our rural communities are not quite dependent on horse racing, but we provide a lot of jobs outside and away from the racetrack.
I don't think people understand the complexity of the web that Ohio thoroughbred horse racing creates. I mean, you're talking about horses that need to eat hay. Where does that hay come from? Who transports the hay? The jobs provided is vast and endless, and it's so much more than just me calling a race up here or you betting with the mutual teller.
It's the diner where the guys get together. You know, if they had to get out of business, they couldn't go. It's the local grocery store. It's like you say, the big feed companies that are resident in the state of Ohio. That's 40–50% of their entire feed program goes to horses. You take that away, and it's an impact that will be felt all across the state. So if anyone here is listening and can understand and feel the passion and impact this has, talk to your local representatives, explain to them how critical and important horse racing is in the state. We have got to be included in that bill. We paved the way. We don't need to, of course, have all the revenues, but part of those revenues need to come to the horse racing industry. And it really is, as you say, they have done studies in Ohio, and it is multi-billion. And like you said, it goes far beyond the racetrack.
Well,
right.
Tony, I guess you guys are going to do some interviews today in the winner's circle in the paddock. We're going to have some fun with this. Hopefully interview a few winners and get some, perhaps some insight that one wouldn't normally garnish on a day like today.
And you gave us some great weather today, Matt, so thank you for that.
I pulled the trigger on that.
Couldn't be better.
All right, well, it's been my pleasure, guys. The OTBO, a great organization, and we at Jack Thistledown, Racino, are proud to have them here on this beautiful, huge, fun, exciting day. He's Mike Anticino, the executive director. This is board member Tony Fischbach. I'm track announcer Matt Hook. Thanks for watching this program. Have a great Best of Ohio.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, directed your attention to the flagpole located in the infield. We ask that you please rise at this time as we honor our nation with the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Morning and welcome to the Jack. This is racing from Jack Thistledown Racino, a Best of Ohio Saturday. 10 action-packed races, 9 Buckeye races, 5 championship races, and we now have today's weather, changes, and carryovers. I'm track announcer Matt Hook. Let's start first with the weather. It's an absolutely perfect day for racing today. Your track condition today will be fast. We race over a fast track here at Jack Thistledown Racino. It's sunny outside. It's 75 degrees. A perfect day for the Best of Ohio here at Jack Thistledown Racino. So that's the weather. Time now for today's changes. Turning in your programs to race 1. Race 1 today kicks off the early pick 5. We've added an early pick 5 to today's wagering menu on the 10 race card. In the first race, the Cleveland Kindergarten Stakes, scratch number 1, part of the entry, Mutiny. Number 1, part of the entry, Mutiny, has been scratched from today's first race. The 1A Tantrum, the 1X Corner Office, and the 1Y Condemnation, they will race and represent the red saddle cloths. Turn now to your program. Race 2 kicks off a pick 4. Second race today, a jockey change for number 6, Squid. Make the jockey Louis Rivera. Louis Rivera now rides number 6, Squid, in today's second race. Turn now to the third race today. In race 3, scratch number 3, Gertie Cat. Number 3, Gertie Cat has been scratched from today's third race. Overweights, the one A Smile a Day is +1, and number 4, Attitude. She will carry 2 pounds over the listed weight. Move now to the fourth race. In today's fourth race, overweight, number 2, Z Volume. She will carry 1 pound over the listed weight. Our fifth race today starts the 20-cent Jack 6. We have a carryover approaching $25,000. There are no changes in today's fifth race. Skip race 5, turn to race 6. Sixth race today will start that late pick 5 and scratch the 1, part of the entry, Estrella de Dane. The 1 Estrella de Dane has been scratched. The 1A Victory Division will race and will carry 2 pounds over. Number 6 Heidi's Back, she is +2. And the 7 Judge Head, he will also carry 2 pounds over the listed weight. Seventh race today is the 36th running of the Ohio Pay the Man Stakes. It kicks off the late pick 4 today, and there are no changes in today's 7th race. Race 8 is the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup, $100,000 at 1.25 miles. It kicks off the final pick 3 on the program and a daily double. There are no changes in today's 8th race. The 9th race is the Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes, $100,000 at 6 furlongs. We do have an additional scratch here, scratch number 8, Golden Money. Number 8, Golden Money, has been scratched from today's 9th race. And the 10th and final today, race 10 on your program, there are no changes. So those were your changes. Let's talk a little bit about the carryover here today. It's in the 20-cent Jack 6. It's a 20-cent wager. It's a jackpot wager. It starts in today's 5th race. It involves races 5 through 10. The Jack 6 carryover today is $22,825.84. We are approaching $25,000 in the Jack 6 carryover pool. And with the 10-race card today, it starts in today's 5th race. So that was the weather, the changes, and today's carryover here at Jack Thistledown Racino. Today's Best of Ohio begins with today's first race. Scratch the 1, Mutiny. Number 1, Mutiny is out. Exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering offered. We kick off the early double, the rolling pick 3s. We kick off the early pick 5. We kick off a Best of Ohio Saturday with the Cleveland Kindergarten, race 1 in 27 minutes.
We're in the paddock here before the first race on the Best of Ohio Day. This is the $100,000 Cleveland Kindergarten Stakes for 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs. We're here in the paddock with Ron Palucci. Ron, better known to the industry as Short Luch. Ron, you've been in this industry for a long time, and you play on many circuits, not just the Ohio circuit. You're big in Florida circuit and Kentucky, but Ohio's kind of your home. Tell us, why Ohio, and why have you stuck here?
Well, it's where I grew up. I grew up in Akron, Ohio. I've been to Thistledown since I was 2 years old. Used to come every weekend with my grandfather and of course my dad. And I've always just loved it. It's been, you know, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a jockey. Then when I realized I was too fat for that, I wanted to be a, you know, an owner. And it's in my blood. I love it. And to me, Ohio is the only racing. You know, I race other places, but Ohio's my home track. It's what I love. It's what I promote. And, you know, it's come a long way. You know, there's some very, very talented riders, trainers, and horses in this state right now. And I think as it goes on, people outside of Ohio are going to see.
Well, and you certainly have 2 good shots here in this race with some young 2-year-olds of your own. Tell us about your first-time starter today.
Yeah, that horse, my dad passed away on Best of Ohio last year, Mahoning, and I never named a horse after him. I never named a horse after myself in all the years. But when I watched this horse train, I thought this might be the right horse. You know, you never know until they come out of the gate, but this horse acts and does everything like a Mo don't know. So we figured we would try to honor my father, who probably is watching from up there today, and hope he gives us a little gust down the lane.
Well, thanks for doing this, Ron. Best of luck in the Cleveland Kindergarten. As we said, you got 2 big shots, and thanks, Ohio Racing thanks you as well. Ron Palucci in the paddock. Now we'll hand it over to Mike Anticino for some picks pre-race.
Thank you very much, Tony. We're short post-parade here, so I'm going to make my picks quickly. I'm the Executive Director of the Ohio Thoroughbred Breeders and Owners Association, OTBO.com. Please feel free to look at that website. We represent owners and breeders in the state of Ohio, and we represent the fans. First race, Tim Ham's got an awful tough 3-horse entry here, Tantrum, Corner Office, and Condemnation. I'm going to go with Country Club Bobby. The reason why, I think Bruce Ryan and Tom Amos actually aimed for this race. They had this race in mind all along. They trained for it. They ran a nice maiden special weight win where the horse was in hand and comfortable, pulled away. They breezed him a couple times for it, and then they came out here. For second, I have Corner Office, but I think Tantrum or Condemnation all could come running. Any of those 3 horses can win the race. And then for third, the Day of the Gray had a troubled start last time. They've added blinkers. He's a big horse. I think he's learning from every race. If he's close turning for home, he could make this an interesting photo. So 4-1-3 in the first. We'll be back every race. Good luck. Lots of great betting opportunities on this fantastic Best of Ohio card. Thank you.
That is the call to the post now for the Best of Ohio Cleveland Kindergarten. $100,000 for these buck-eyed 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs. Scratch the 1 part of the entry, Mutiny. Ron Mutiny has been scratched. Exacta Try and Super Wagering offered here. Kick off the early double. They're only pick 3s. We kick off today's early pick 5. Race 1, the Cleveland Kindergarten, is in 7 minutes. Let's take a time now to introduce the field for today's Cleveland Kindergarten. We have a Tim Ham trained entry here. Scratch the 1, Mutiny. The 1A is Tantrum. Owned by Windblaze LLC. Bred by Windblaze LLC. Malcolm Franklin rides Tantrum. The 1X is Corner Office, owned by Windblaze LLC, bred by Windblaze LLC. That jockey is Jose A. Bracho. And the 1Y is Condemnation, owned by Windstar Farm and Blazing Meadows Farm. Bred by Blazing Meadows Farm and Windstar Farm. Luan Machado is in the saddle. There's number 2, Mr. Luch, owned by Ron Palucci Racing. Duke Perry Stable and Ryan Earhart, trained by Anthony Cordarolo. Bred by Langsam Farm and Louis Rivera in the irons. Number 3 is The Day of the Gray, owned by trainer Bobby Klein and Richard Wilkinson. Sonny Leon rides. And The Day of the Gray was bred by Richard Wilkinson. Number 4 is Bruce Ryan's Country Club Bobby. He also bred the 2-year-old, trained by Tom Amos, on John McKee aboard. The 5 is Rumble Strip Ron, owned by Ron Palucci Racing, trained by Gary Johnson, bred by Pickview LLC, Paul Schaefer, and William Scott Spieth to ride. 6 Turning Pages, owned by Elcor Oaks Inc., trained by James Jackson, Yarmari Correa aboard. Turning Pages was bred by his owner, Elcor Oaks Inc. The 7 is Worthy Opponent, also bred by Elkhorn Oaks Inc., owned by Elkhorn Oaks Inc., trained by James Jackson. This jockey is Ricardo Mejias. That's your field for the Cleveland Kindergarten Race 1 in 5 minutes. Two-minute warning, 2 minutes now to race 1. Well, now just a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the early double at early pick 5. The Cleveland Kindergarten about to begin. 1 minute. They're at the gate. It's post time now for the Cleveland Kindergarten. It's race 1. Buckeye 2-year-olds here. 9 to the line, 7 wagering interests. Co-favorites right now, the Tim Ham entry of Tantrum Corner Office Condemnation. And number 4, Country Club Bobby. 8 to 5, their current price. The rail belongs to Mr. Luch. He makes his debut today. Tantrum is in line. The Day of the Gray is in. Corner Office is ready. Country Club Bobby now 7 to 5 and slightly favored is ready. Turning Pages goes in. 3 out. Rumble Strip Ron. Another Gray going in. Couple left to load now. Worthy Opponent. And Condemnation will be the last in line. We are ready for a Best of Ohio Saturday. Locked up. And they're off in the Cleveland Kindergarten. Great start for Turning Pages on the outside. Condemnation has early speed. The Day of the Gray is away with the top 3. Corner Office is out racing in 4th. Just clear now of Mr. Luch, who moves up on the inside in early 5th. Rumble Strip Ron is down along the inside. To their outside is currently Country Club Bobby, who's about 5 off the early go. In and amongst rivals is Tantrum now, and the trailer is Worthy Opponent. They have 3.5 furlongs to go. The Day of the Gray now forges to a short lead, and that is Corner Office tracking him now in 2nd. A gap of 2 further back. Turning Pages 3rd. Mr. Luch is moving up on the inside. Rumble Strip Ron is 5 lengths off the lead. He's racing currently inside of Condemnation. It's a gap of 2.5 further to Tantrum, who's just in front of Country Club Bobby, who needs to get going. And the trailer is Worthy Opponent. And there goes Corner Office now to stick his nose in front. The Day of the Gray will have to battle back. Just behind them, here comes Rumble Strip Ron. He has some momentum on the outside. 1 furlong to go. The Day of the Gray is clear. Rumble Strip Ron is into 2nd. Corner Office is 3rd. Late run from Tantrum. A final 40 yards to go. The Day of the Gray will graduate from the Cleveland Kindergarten. He beats Tantrum. Rumble Strip Ron finished 3rd. I believe Condemnation was 4th. Mr. Luch ran 5th and will round out Superfectas. Judges have posted number 3, the Day of the Gray, first. 1A Tantrum was second. Number 5, Rumble Strip Ron finished third. The 1Y Condemnation was fourth. The 2, Mr. Luch ran fifth. 3, 1 Apple. 5, 1 Yellow. 2 in race 1. Unofficial Super has a combination of 3, 1 and 5, 2. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until these results can be posted as official. And now the winner's circle, the 2021 Cleveland Kindergarten champion, the Day of the Gray. He's a 2-year-old Gray-Around gelding by Twin-Spired out of Sharon's Way. He's a Buckeye by trainer Bobby Klein and breeder Richard Wilkinson. Sonny Leone rode the Day of the Gray to victory, 112 flat the final time. Second race is coming up next. It's the Miss Ohio jockey change for the 6 Squid. Make the jockey Louis Rivera. Louis Rivera rides number 6 Squid in race 2. Exact try and super wagering offered. Rolling pick 3s roll on. Today's second kicks off of pick 4. Race 2, the Miss Ohio is on deck. Race 1 official, the Day of the Gray. Returning Andrew Jackson to win. Exact $18.60. Trifecta $113.20. First dime of the day, good for $51.28. Let's go down to the winner's circle now. Time for the trophy presentation. Presenting the trophy to the Day of the Gray and his connections. Jack Thistledown Racino Director of Racing, Patrick Ellsworth. Congratulations to the Day of the Gray from everybody here at Jack Thistledown Racino, the 2021 Cleveland Kindergarten champion. Race 1 is in the books. A Best of Ohio Saturday is underway. Race 2, the Miss Ohio live and in concert next year at Jack Thistledown Racino. A reminder, do place your wagers as early as possible today to avoid the frustration of waiting in line and or getting shut out. Do place your wagers as early as possible or use the self-automated machines located throughout the grandstand.
We're here in the winner's circle with the jubilant Bobby Klein as the Day of the Gray. Didn't break in the Hoover a couple weeks back, but sure broke like a shot today.
Yeah, he stumbled pretty good leaving the gate in the Hoover, but he left it running today.
Well, it's an accredited Ohio bred beating the registereds today.
Yes, absolutely. He's a nice colt.
Yeah.
Rick done a good job raising him, so we're in good shape.
And raising them is so important, and you certainly raised this one right. So
Yep.
Congratulations to you and the team, Cleveland Kindergarten champion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bobby, Mr. Wilkinson, what'd you need?
We're here in the paddock with Tim Ham, one of the trainers here in the $100,000 Miss Ohio Stakes. Tim, you've obviously been a longtime supporter of the Ohio program, from racing, breeding, training. You know, you have a partnership with WinStar Farm, Windblaze, which many of your runners run under that banner. Tell us about your commitment to the Ohio program.
Well, it started in 1992 or 1993. I came to watch the Best of Ohio. I know a horse, Lights Question, wanted a 2-year-old filly on the 2-year-old filly end, and there kind of planted the seed that that's what we wanted to do racing-wise. This is the state from here, so it made sense. So we started breeding. I think our first crop was like 95 or 96, and we've been breeding Ohio breds ever since.
Well, and certainly you have some good ones. I mean, you've got another couple live shots in this one.
Well, thank you. We have a good program in Florida. We get them ready. And it's a good partnership with folks from WinStar, and it's really kind of boosted our stock.
Thanks for taking a minute. Again, Tim Ham in the paddock before the Miss Ohio Stakes. Now we're going to hand it over to Mike Anticino for some brief handicapping.
Thanks, Tony. Country Club Bobby misses the break. The Day of the Gray doesn't. Race is history. Congrats to all the people with the Day of the Gray. That's a accredited Ohio bred horse winning an open stake race. So congrats to those people. Here we are in the Miss Ohio for 2-year-old fillies born in the state of Ohio. My picks are 2, 1, 4. I went with Flatter Her again. Tom Amos trained horse, Bruce Ryan owned, out of Flatter. I think the horse was aimed for this race, has 2 starts under her belt, used the first race as sort of a prep, won the maiden race in hand. She'll have to improve a little bit to win this one, but she's on the right trajectory. Number 1, Prophetess. I think this is also an improving horse. She's a maiden, so maiden against some winners here is a little bit difficult, but the horse has some experience with 3 starts. She has the dreaded rail position, but this is only a 6-horse field, so she won't have to hustle as much as you normally would in a big field. I think she maintains her position, and she's tough turning for home. The number 4, the morning line favorite, Candlelight Hours. That's a James Jackson owned and trained horse. James Jackson's been on fire this year at Thistledown. He's been coming here since the Michigan circuit closed. He's done an incredibly good job. This horse gets the services of Malcolm Franklin back. She should be on or near the lead. This is actually a race where almost any of these horses could win it. Pacific Coast, I think, is a horse that's actually won a race at this distance. She could factor in here. And Squid is the second choice on the morning line, and I'm not even picking her. So my final picks are 2, 1, 4, and good luck in the Miss Ohio.
Moving on to the track now for today's second race, the $100,000 Miss Ohio Stakes. Buckeye 2-year-old fillies here at 6 furlongs. A jockey change for the 6 Squid to make the jockey Louis Rivera. Louis Rivera rides number 6 Squid. Exact to try, super pick 3, pick 4 wagering offered. The Miss Ohio race 2 is in 5 minutes. Time now to introduce the field for the 2021 Miss Ohio. Buckeye 2-year-old fillies here at 6 furlongs for $100,000. There's the one, Prophetess. Owned and bred by Windblaze LLC, trained by Tim Ham, and Louis Machado is in the saddle. Bruce Ryan owns and bred Flatter Her Again, number 2, trained by Tom Amos, John McKee up. Number 3, Pacific Coast, bred by owners Windstar Farm and Blazing Meadows Farm, trained by Tim Ham, and Jose A. Bracho is the pilot. Elkhorn Oaks Inc. owns and bred number 4, Candlelight Hours. She's trained by James Jackson, and that jockey is Malcolm Franklin. Number 5, Starlit Secret, bred by Langsam Farm, trained by Silvano Gonzalez. In the Charlie Williams Royal Blue, Alexander Chavez. Louis Rivera now rides number 6, Squid, for owner breeder William Butler and trainer Mike Maker. That's your field for the Miss Ohio race 2 in 3 minutes. Place your wagers now. Two-minute warning. 2 minutes now to race 2, the Miss Ohio. Just a minute. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The Miss Ohio in 1 minute. And they are at the gate. It's post time now for the second race. It's the Best of Ohio, Miss Ohio. $100,000 here, 6 furlongs for these Buckeye 2-year-old fillies. Wide open wagering. Slight choice at 5-2 right now is number 4, Candlelight Hours. The rail belongs to Prophetess. Prophetess wearing the Wind Blaze. Black and gold is in. Flatter Her again into post position 2. 4 back. Pacific Coast is going in. 3 out. Candlelight Hours. Just a pair left to load now. Starlit Secret goes in. Squid and jockey Louis Rivera the last in line. Locked up. And they're off into Miss Ohio. A great start. Squid on the outside began well. So did Starlit Secret. Pacific Coast and Prophetess are away well with Candlelight Hours out in 5th. Early trailer, Flatter Her again. 5 furlongs to go. And Starlit Secret now forges to a short lead. And Squid is right there in 2nd. Pacific Coast 2 lengths off the lead is 3rd. And she is outside of Prophetess, who's along the rail. She's in the front 4. Candlelight Hours is sitting 5th, about 3.5 lengths off the lead. And Flatter Her again is about 8 from the front. They hit the far turn. 3 furlongs to go. Starlit Secret now faces a challenge from Pacific Coast. And now Prophetess is into 3rd. Squid is back to 4th. Candlelight Hours now 7 lengths off the lead. And Flatter Her again needs to get going. They race to the quarter pole. Pacific Coast takes the lead. Starlit Secret will have to counter. And then it's Prophetess in 3rd with Squid 4th. Top of the stretch. Pacific Coast off the corner in front. It's Pacific Coast with the lead. Starlit Secret is 2nd. Prophetess is 3rd. Squid is 4th. A final furlong to go. And Pacific Coast is clear. A late run from Flatter Her again, who gets through on the rail, but with 70 yards to go, the Miss Ohio crown will be worn by Pacific Coast. Pacific Coast does it. Photo for 2nd there between Candlelight Hours and Flatter Her again. Squid finished 4th. Judges have posted the 3 Pacific Coast first. The 4 Candlelight Hours was 2nd. Number 2 Flatter Her again finished 3rd. Number 6 Squid was 4th. 3, 4, 2, 6 out officially in race 2. Home all. Now in the winner's circle, the 2021 Best of Ohio Miss Ohio Stakes champion, Pacific Coast. 2-year-old chestnut filly by Exaggerator out of Ocean Princess. A Buckeye. Owned by her breeders, Windstar Farm and Blazing Meadows Farm, trained by Tim Ham. That's jockey Jose A. Bracho dismounting from Pacific Coast in the winner's circle. 1:11.4 the final time. Today's third race is up next. In race 3 today, scratch number 3, Gertie Cat. The 3 is out. Exact to try. Super pick 3 wagering offered. Today's third due up. Race 2 is now official Pacific Coast return $15.60 to win. Exact at $32.60. Trifecta $119.80. This dime $97.46. 3's wild in the early double today. The day of the gray Pacific Coast 3-3 double $49 even. And down to the winner's circle we go again for a trophy presentation. Presenting the trophy here to the connections of Pacific Coast. Winner of the 2021 Miss Ohio and her crew. Jack Thistledown Racino, Director of Racing, Ohio HBPA. Dave Basler. Congratulations to Pacific Coast, her entire crew, and everybody from Jack Thistledown Racino on our Miss Ohio victory. Stand by. Coming up next on television monitors, we'll have an interview with the winning connections. Tony Fischbach is standing by.
We're here in the winner's circle with Jose Bracho, winning rider aboard Pacific Coast here in the Miss Ohio. Tell us about how you got this mount. This is the first time it looks like you rode this filly.
Well, I picked up a horse at Belterra corner offers that we win the stake with. And ever since then, Tim's given me opportunities. So it's very appreciated for him to give me this opportunity with this. We had no idea. I just got named on, and that's it. He's giving me a lot of shots right now, so very grateful for that.
Well, you certainly put in a good ride. Looks like the pace setter tired a little bit, and you came to her throat and just drew off from there.
Yeah, at the start, I got into a little bit of trouble. They came down pretty hard, so I just got her in the clear. And when she saw the clear, she just wanted to go to the lead really early on, but I didn't want to go so fast, so quick, you know? So by like the 3/8, I let her go, and she just did it all herself.
Well, certainly a good ride. She won by many. Congratulations, Jose Bracho, and the connections for Tim Ham and Windstar Farm.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Get you again.
Let's head down to the paddock now for a paddock preview of today's third race. 2 Best of Ohio races in the books. Cleveland Kindergarten goes to the Day of the Gray, and what a career he has in front of him. Accredited Buckeye wins the Cleveland Kindergarten. Now good to Pacific Coast look today. And she's a daughter of Exaggerator. She'll probably want to go further too. Congratulations to both. Impressive victories to start the Best of Ohio day. Third race here, scratch the 3 Gertie Cat. Gertie Cat is out. That leaves a field of 5 for these Buckeye 3 Life 12-5 girls. And my selections here in the third race are 4, 2, and 1. And there you're looking at my selection on your television screen. Attitude. The 1, 2, and 3 here all dropping in class. The 1 is a smile a day. Gets class relief today. That'll help her, and that's why I have her third. The 2 is highly explosive, who comes off a 5th place effort. She drops today. She'll improve. And the 4 Attitude is dropping, and she'll improve in here. I think Attitude's going to be tough. I pick Attitude on top, 3 to 5 right now. The 5 Silky Tassels comes in off the layoff. We'll see how she does off the bench here at 9 to 1. And the 6 is Grazia who finished 8th, and she gets a drop as well. She's eligible to do better. So of the 5, we have 4 droppers here. The dropper I go with is the 4 Attitude. I go 4, 2, 1. Good luck with your picks here in today's third. And don't forget, as Best of Ohio Day continues here at Jack Thistledown Racino, Mike Anticino, the executive director of the OTBO, and Tony Fischbach, the board member of the OTBO, will be in the paddock and winner's circle with interviews as a championship Best of Ohio Day continues here at Jack Thistledown Racino. A reminder, do place your wagers as early as possible. To avoid the frustration of waiting in line and or getting shut out, do place your wagers as early as possible or use the self-automated machines located throughout the grandstand. Stand by for your call to the post for today's third race.
And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the one a smile a day is receiving some shoe repair down there in the paddock. Might have a slight delay to the post parade here for race 3. Stand by. Shoe repair in the paddock currently. That is your call to the post now for today's third. Scratch number 3, Gertie Cat. The 3 is out. Exacta Try Super Pick 3 wagering offered. This is the Ohio Lottery race of the day. Today's third, a shortened post parade here. Place your wagers now. A shortened post parade for today's third race. It will take place momentarily. Place your wagers now. Now, just a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Just 1 minute to race number 3. They are at the gate. It is post time now for today's third race. A quintet of Buckeyes here at 5.5 furlongs. Even money in favor of the two highly explosive. Smile a Day is in line. There's Highly Explosive. She's ready. 3 out. Attitude wears the WinStar Star. Now just a pair left to load. The long shot is Silky Tassels. She comes in off the layoff. She's ready. And Grazia Who will be the last in line. Grazia Who is in, locked up. And they're off. And Grazia Who with a good start. A Smile a Day from the rail has early speed. Silky Tassels away third. Attitude is right there with Highly Explosive. They sprint down the backstretch. 4.5 furlongs to go. A Smile a Day comes to the front. Attitude and Grazia Who are giving chase. Highly Explosive off the pace today. She's 3.5 lengths behind. 2 clear of Silky Tassels, who's 5th of 5. They have 3.5 furlongs left, and it's a Smile a Day just in front. Attitude is right there. Grazia Who on the outside. Highly Explosive will have to pass that trio from 3.5 lengths behind, and Silky Tassels, she'll have to pass them all. They race now to the quarter pole. A Smile a Day to catch. Grazia Who second. Now Highly Explosive comes with her run. Attitude is back to fourth. Nothing yet from Silky Tassels. A Smile a Day is off the corner with the lead. Here comes Highly Explosive on the outside. She's into second and out after a Smile a Day. Attitude's along the inside third. Then it's Grazia Who fourth. A Smile a Day trying to fend off the challenge from Highly Explosive. Attitude is back in the race on the inside third. A Smile a Day and Highly Explosive wearing her down. Highly Explosive, a Smile a Day. Tight photo finish. Attitude was third. Grazia Who ran fourth. A photo for win between a Smile a Day and Highly Explosive. That's close. Photo finish. Number 2, Highly Explosive was first. The one, a Smile a Day second. Number 4, Attitude finished third. The 6, Grazia Who ran fourth. 2-1 and 4-6 unofficially in race 3. Kind of retain all mutual tickets until these results can be posted as official. In the winner's circle there is Highly Explosive, a 4-year-old bay filly by medal count out of Plastique. A Buckeye owned by Peter Chappelle and Tim Gurton, trained by Candy Huffman. Ricardo Mejias rode Highly Explosive to the win in 106 flat. Our 4th race is coming up next. In today's 4th race, Exacta tries Super Pick 3 wagering offer. Today's 4th race on deck. And today's 3rd is now official. Highly Explosive return $5.40 to win. Exact is $7.20. Trifecta $11.70. This dime $1.68. And the first pick 3 of the day, 3 of 3, $255.70. Race 3 is in the books. Today's 4th upcoming here at Jack Thistledown Racino. So down to the paddock now. Paddock preview time for today's fourth race. Race 3, highly explosive. Wore down a smile a day. Last jump won by the slimmest of margins. Congratulations to highly explosive. On to the fourth we go here. Buckeye Maiden fillies. We're going to go a mile. Selection 0, 1, 5, and 6. The one is Song's Top Shelf, who was a runner-up, going 6 furlongs last time out to only one Boss Lady, who had been knocking on the door and returned a winner. I give her an edge here over Peyton Pretty just because of her experience around 2 turns and her general experience overall. So Song's Top Shelf is the paddock pick. 2 is Z Volume. She's running a bit warm down in the paddock right now, misbehaving a bit. She'll have to improve. She's lost to Song's Top Shelf on a couple of recent occasions. 3 is Get Out of the Harem, who finished 6th in her most recent start. That was an off-the-turf race at Belterra. She's back home today. She's 11-1. The 4 is JJ's Fancy, who finished 3rd for 7,500. Steps up in class today and gets extra distance today. 5 is Peyton Pretty, who was 3rd just behind Song's Top Shelf in a race here on July 29th. Did get 2-turn experience on the turf, 2 back, finishing 4th. She's a major player in this race today. Peyton Pretty is currently the second choice at 5-2, and that's where I pick her. I pick her second. Number 6, Sweet Empire, was up against the boys last time out. But I go back to that race 3 starts ago when she was 4th, and the start 4 starts ago when she was 2nd. So she can compete at this level, and she'll be a price. She's currently 12-1. I pick Sweet Empire 3rd. The 7 is Well Oiled Cat, career start number 31. She's competitive at this level. She's got to get that eye of the tiger to overcome that goose egg. Maybe today will be her day. She's 9-2. 1, 5, 6 for me. I'll try Song's Top Shelf. Good luck with your picks here in today's fourth race. Moving on to the track now for today's fourth race. Exacta try and super wagering offered. Rolling pick threes roll on. Today's fourth race. Post time in 7 minutes. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes now to race 4. Well, now just a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Just 1 minute to race 4. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for today's fourth race. 7 Buckeye Gals here at 1 mile. Even money in favor of the 1 Song's Top Shelf, and she is in line. Z Volume goes in. Get Out of the Harem into post position 3. Four back, JJ's Fancy is next. 3 out, Peyton Pretty. She wears the Obrecht red and white blocks. She is in. 2 left to load. Sweet Empire. And Well Oiled Cat will be the last in line. Locked up. And they're off. Song's Top Shelf from the rail began well. Sweet Empire is a touch of early speed. Peyton Pretty wants part of this early pace. JJ's Fancy away in 4th. Get Out of the Harem. Well Oiled Cat are together. Early trailer is Z Volume. So they hit the clubhouse turn, and Peyton Pretty will now set that early tempo, and that tempo is slow. It's Peyton Pretty in front. Sweet Empire right behind her, sitting 2nd. JJ's Fancy is now in 3rd as Song's Top Shelf is rated off this slow pace, sitting 4th. 2 currently clear of Get Out of the Harem 5th, and it's Well Oiled Cat, and Z Volume is at the back. They're in the backstretch now, and they have 5 furlongs to go, and they are chasing Peyton Pretty. Sweet Empire now joins her up front. She's just behind Peyton Pretty. A gap of 2. JJ's Fancy is 3rd. Song's Top Shelf waiting to pounce. She's along the inside. She's saving ground in 4th. A gap of 5 further. We have Get Out of the Harem, who's currently 5th. Well Oiled Cat 2nd last. And Z Volume continues to race at the back of the pack. Peyton Pretty still just in front of Sweet Empire as they hit that far turn. 3 furlongs to go. Song's Top Shelf is awaiting room along the rail. JJ's Fancy is now back to 4th. Get Out of the Harem begins to rally from 5th. Well Oiled Cat is a bit closer now, and Z Volume needs to get going. It's Peyton Pretty in front with a quarter mile to go. Song's Top Shelf still looking for room on the inside. Sweet Empire is 3rd. Here comes Get Out of the Harem swinging 5 wide. JJ's Fancy 4 wide. Top of the stretch. Peyton Pretty now has to deal with Song's Top Shelf. Song's Top Shelf takes the lead with a furlong to go. Peyton Pretty had no response. She's tired now. She was just passed by both Get Out of the Harem and JJ's Fancy. But look at Song's Top Shelf. She's racing away. Song's Top Shelf going on to an easy win. Get Out of the Harem was 2nd. JJ's Fancy 3rd, and Well Oiled Cat ran 4th. Judges have posted the 1 Song's Top Shelf first, the 3 Get Out of the Harem 2nd. Number 4 JJ's Fancy finished 3rd. The 7 Well Oiled Cat ran 4th. 1, 3, 4, 7 in race 4. Hold 'em all. In the winner's circle now, Song's Top Shelf, a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by It's the Same Old Song on a Moonlight Flight. A Buckeye owned by Strike Plate, trained by Danny Bird. That's jockey Brendan Tapara aboard Song's Top Shelf in the winner's circle, 143 flat, the final time. Our 5th race is coming up next. In the 5th race today, Exacta Try Super Wagering offered. Rolling pick 3s roll on. 5th race today starts the 20-cent Jack 6. We have a large carryover today approaching $25,000. It's a 20-cent wager. The Jack 6 involves races 5 through 10 today, and it starts with the upcoming 5th race. For the race, official Song's Top Shelf, $3 for every deuce. Exact $11.20. Trifecta $89.10. The dime $29.36. And this pick 3 returned $40.60. Race 4, it's in the books. Today's 5th and the Jack 6 coming right up. Down to the paddock we go. Paddock preview time now for the fifth. The race 4 Songs Top Shelf dominates. Congratulations to Songs Top Shelf. Fifth race here, Buckeyes, 6 of them, 3 other than, optional 25, 3/4, good field established here. Selections are going to be 5, 1, and 6. One is Little Blaker, who comes off the 7,500 starter win. Little Blaker's dangerous in this spot today. I picked him second. He's currently on the board at 7 to 1. 2 is Hanson Nation. He'll fire from time to time. Hanson Nation 14 to 1. 3 is Over Icy. Drops in for the 25,000. 6 furlongs. Might be a bit short for him. We'll see. Over Icy 6 to 1. 4 is Private Drive. I'm a huge Private Drive fan. I don't know if he can handle this group, though. Private Drive 12 to 1. 5 is Royaled. He's been really good. He lost to Nick and Fix recently on June 28th. No disgrace in defeat there. He went 44 and change and still battled the entire way. Royald's a racehorse. He's 2 to 5. He's the paddock pick. And the 6, to tell you the truth, is dangerous. And here he comes out of those open 2Xs. To tell you the truth right now, is 6 to 1. He fits perfectly in this spot today, and I picked him third. I'm going to go 5, 1, 6. I think Royald's a bit better, but this is a good field. And don't forget the Jack 6 starts here. The carryover is at or about $25,000. And that Jack 6 offered right here at race 5, involving races 5 through 10. Good luck in race 5. Good luck in the Jack 6. Stand by for your call to the post. Moving on to the track now for today's 5th race. Exacta-Tri and Super Wagering offered. We're only pick 3s roll on here. This starts the Jack 6. The carryover today is at or about $25,000. Jack 6 in today's 5th in 7 minutes. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes now to race 5 in today's Jack 6. Once again, that carryover at or about $25,000. 2 minutes to the 5th and today's Jack 6. Now just a minute. Last call for the Jack 6 in race 5. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time now for today's 5th race. 6 rivals here, 6 furlongs. These Buckeyes. The Buckeye favorite in here at 4-5 is the 5, Roiled. Little Blaker is in. Hanson Nation is ready. Fellow Gray over Icy goes in. 3 out. Private Drive is next. Just a pair left to load now. People's Choice Royal is going in. And To Tell You the Truth is the last in line. To Tell You the Truth going in. Locked up. And they're off. And Royal with speed. Private Drive broke well, and from the rail, Little Blaker has a touch of early go. To Tell You the Truth is away with the front four. The two grays, Hanson Nation and Over Icy, they are the trailing pair as they sprint down the back stretch. They have 4.5 furlongs to go. They're chasing Royal. Royal doing Royal things here. He shows the way. He leads it by a length and a half. On the outside, To Tell You the Truth is now in his second. His Private Drive is back to third. Little Blaker and Over Icy are together, and Hanson Nation is about 8 lengths behind. They hit that far turn 3 furlongs out, and Royal is now opening up, and Royal has put 5 lengths here on Private Drive. To Tell You the Truth is third. To the outside, moving up is Over Icy. Just behind them is Little Blaker, and Hanson Nation still trails. Royal at the quarter pole, 5 to the good. It's Royal at the top of the stretch. He's clear. Private Drive is next. Over Icy unleashes his rally on the outside. Little Blaker tries the inside. 1 furlong to go for Royal. He's maintaining his lead. It's 4 right now. Over Icy is second. Private Drive is third. Little Blaker is fourth. A final 16th for Royal. Over Icy's getting closer, but he's running out of ground here. The wire is coming up, and Royal gets there first. Over Icy was second. Little Blaker finished third. Private Drive ran fourth. Judges have pushed the 5 Royal to first, the 3 Over Icy second. Number 1 Little Blaker was third, the 4 Private Drive finished fourth. 5, 3, 1, and 4 in race 5. Kind of retain all mutual tickets until these results can be posted as official. In the winner's circle there is Royal. He's a 7-year-old big gelding by Regal Ransom on a Lively Bell. A Buckeye owned by Fred Channel, trained by Valerie Shannyfelt and Hector Barrios. Piloted Royal to the victory at 110 flat. Our 6th race is coming up next. Race 6 today, scratch the 1 part of the entry, Estrella de Dane. The 1 Estrella de Dane has been scratched. The 1A Victory Division, he will race and represent the red. Exacta Tri Super Pick 3 wagering offer. Today's 6th race starts our Pick 5, and race 6 is coming up. For the race, official Royal to return $3.40 to win. The exact to $6 even. Trifecta $16.70. This dime $4.88. The pick 3 inning here $10.50. The early pick 4 returned $49.15. The early pick 5, it was good for $847.75. Race 5 is in the books. The Jack 6 is underway. 5 down, 5 to come. Late pick 5 starts with race 6. Let's go down to the paddock now. Paddock preview time for race 6. Race 5, Royald, impressive again. 44 and change over Icy getting to him, but Royald was able to get there first. Congratulations to Royald. Winner of today's 5th. We'll kick off the late pick 5 here with the race 6. Scratch the 1 Estrella de Dane. The 1 is out, but there you see the 1A Victory Division, who will race and represent the red. We have a 2 other than 3 life here for accredited Ohio breds, 6 furlongs. We have 2 different types of Ohio breds here. We have registered and accredited. Registered, the stallion can be from any state. Accredited, the stallion has to reside here in the great state of Ohio. So these are accrediteds, born and bred right here. My selections for this 6 furlong 2 other than are 4, 7, and 5. Let's talk about Victory Division. Representing the red here off a runner-up effort against Similar. A Victory Division would not shock me at all. He's 11 to 1. 2 is Joe Zaraka, who comes off a 7th place effort in a 4 life. He won the 3 life 3 races ago. Joe Zaraka 5 to 1. 3 is Stone Cold Cat, claimed in his most recent start, finishing 2nd. That was a 7,500 4 life. He's well placed here for success. He's 3 to 1. The 4 is Reinvested Interest, and here's the way I'm going to go. Ran up against Uptown last time out. Solid horse. Ran up against Tough Allowance Company, 2 back in the form of Gift of Oak, Chip Chop, King of the Buckeye. Ran up against accredited sprint champion Buckeye Bullet 3 starts ago. And not to take anything away from anybody in this race today, but there is no Uptown in here. There is no Chip Chop, Gift of Oak, King of the Buckeye, or Buckeye Bullet, Midnight Mikey in this race. So this is actually a drop in class here for Reinvested Interest, at least in my opinion. And I think he will have success today. Reinvested Interest is the paddock pick. 5 is Mustang Willie. He's dangerous. He didn't run well against Better last time out, July 26th. He gets back in against accredited. That will help. He loomed large 2 races ago despite stumbling at the start. He actually looked like he was going to win for a moment. I think Mustang Willie is more than capable of winning this race today. There you see him on your television screen. He's currently 6 to 1. The 6 is Heidi's back. She's going to take on the boys here after a 4 life victory. She is accredited, so she finds a decent spot here against the boys. If you're going to take on the boys, this is the spot to do it. Heidi is back right now at 7 to 2. 7 is Judge Head. He's dangerous in this spot. He ran in a tough 3 other than last time out against Play Ball, King of the Buckeye, and Sweetness and Charm. Any of those 3 would be favored in this race today. So much like Reinvested Interest, I do like Judge Head because of the easier competition here today. And he's a great price at 12 to 1. And the 8 is One Crazy Ride. Comes in from Belterra off an 8th place effort there and is currently 17 to 1 on the board. 4-7-5 for me. Reinvested Interest will be the paddock pick. Good luck with your picks here at race 6. Don't forget, we start the late pick 5 here with race 6. There's your call to the post now for today's 6th race. Scratch the 1. Part of the entry is Estrella de Dane. The 1 is out. The 1A Victory Division is in. Exact to try Super Pick 3, Pick 5 wagering offered here. The late Pick 5 at race 6. Post time in 7 minutes. 2-minute warning, 2 minutes now to race 6. Just a minute. They're now approaching the starting gate. Last call for the late pick 5 at race 6. 1 minute to post time. They are at the gate. It's post time now for today's 6th race. Pick 5 starts at 6 furlongs here with these Buckeyes. 8 to the gate, 9 to 5, and favored is number 3, Stone Cold Cat. Mustang Willie the gray is in line. Joe Zarockin drew the rail. He goes forward. Stone Cold Cat goes in. Heidi's back. She's in line. She's ready. 4 back. Reinvested Interest goes in. 3 out. Judge Head goes in. Pair left alone now. Victory Division. And we're waiting for One Crazy Ride. One Crazy Ride to the outside gate. Locked up. And they're off. Good start for Heidi's back. Victory Division and Judge Head have some early speed. Joe Zarockin is out well. As they continue down the backstretch, they have 5 furlongs to go. So Judge Head in front. One Crazy Rod is there. Heidi's back. She's there. Joe Zarockin is hustled up towards the lead. Reinvested Interest is right behind the leaders. Racing just in front of Victory Division. Then it's Mustang Willie and Stone Cold Cat. They continue down the backstretch. 3.5 furlongs to go. Pace is solid here. Joe Zarockin, Heidi's back, and Judge Head 3 across the track. Reinvested Interest is 2 lengths back, sitting in 4th. Victory Division to his outside is 5th. Mustang Willie begins to gear up now. He's moving up on the outside. Stone Cold Cat is only 5 lengths off the lead. He'll need some racing room and nothing from One Crazy Ride. Judge Head is still there. Judge Head at the top of the stretch. Reinvested Interest attacks. Here comes Mustang Willie. Top of the stretch. Judge Head. Reinvested Interest. Mustang Willie. 3 across the track. 1 furlong to go. Reinvested Interest a short lead. Mustang Willie is right there. Judge Head is right there. Here comes Stone Cold Cat. A final 70 yards to go. It's Reinvested Interest just in front. Stone Cold Cat. Reinvested Interest wins. Judges have posted the 4 Reinvested Interest first. Number 3, Stone Cold Cat second. The 7, Judge Head was third. The 5, Mustang Willie finished 4th. 4, 3, 7 to 5 unofficially in race 6. There is a jockey's objection here. Hold all tickets. More information on that objection will be coming shortly. The jockey of the 7, Judge Head, the jockey Hector Barrios, has objected against the 4 Reinvested Interest, and jockey Ricky Feliciano alleging interference in the stretch. A jockey's objection here, 7 versus 4. This objection does involve the unofficial winner, the 4 Reinvested Interest, so hold all tickets. A jockey's objection in progress. And ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the replay, these students have ruled to be no change in order of finish. 4-3-7-5 will stand in race 6. Objection denied. And in the winner's circle now, it is Reinvested Interest, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Kettle Corn out of Take Interest. A Buckeye owned by SABNC Stable, trained by Robin Schuster, and that jockey's Ricky Feliciano. Dismounting from Reinvested Interest in the winner's circle, 112-1, the final time. Our 7th race is coming up next. It's the Best of Ohio Pay the Man Stakes. Fillies and Mares, Buckeye Breds at 1 1/8 for $100,000. It starts the late pick 4. The Pay the Man, race 7 coming up. Race 6 now official. Reinvested Interest returned $6.40 to win. Exact $8.70. The trifecta $24.50. This dime $7.83. And the pick 3 ending here $11.10. Race 6 is in the books. Today's late pick 5 is underway. The Best of Ohio continues with the Pay the Man. It'll start the late pick 4. Race 7 coming up next.
We're in the paddock here before the $100,000 Pay the Man Stakes, and here with me is the owner of Circus Rings, the winner of this race last year. We've got Mr. Terry Knight. Now, Terry, Circus Rings is only one of 2 horses that you own, but you also told me that you are just recently entering the sport.
Yes.
So, how did you get into ownership?
I got into ownership because my father was a trainer at Thistledown for many years, and he thought I should be a jockey, but you know, I got too big. Anyways, then I couldn't make a living working with horses because the purses weren't that big anyway. So after I retired, I decided that I'm going to be a horse owner. And so that's what I did. So I was lucky enough to get an excellent trainer in Doug and Valerie Shaneyfield. They take good care of the horses, and all I do is write a few checks, to be honest with you. But I enjoy the sport, and I've only been in here 3 years. So, you know, anybody that's got the blood in their veins to be a horse owner, I can, you know, help you with any kind of questions you have.
You can certainly attest to that, and one of the 2 horses you have is here in a big $100,000 stake, so you can't beat that.
Well, in fact, last year when she was in 3 stake races, 1 won, 1 second, and 1 third.
Can't beat that. So good luck, Terry, and the Pay the Man. And now we're going to go over to Mike Anticino for some pre-race handicapping.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Terry. Hey, I just picked the winner in the last race, so maybe we're on to a streak here. We're in the 7th, the Pay the Man. My picks in the 7th race are 8, 6, and 9. The 8 is Grizabella. So Grizabella's biggest obstacle is overcoming her owner. But this is a tough race for her. She's got some tough horses to go and beat. She's got the oldest connections in the race with Jeff Radashevich, Scott Spieth, and me. So it'll be a tough race for Grizabella, but you don't get any gamer than her. She just won the Open Vivacious Handicap at Belterra on the grass. She's up in some tough spots today, but I can never pick against Grizabella, so I won't today. Horse she's got to beat for sure is Moonlit Mission. Moonlit Mission won this race last year and was disqualified. The horse is tough every time. She rings the bell. She runs hard. She'll be coming from off the pace, and look for her in the lane. The horse I have picked 3rd is Circus Rings, Terry Knight's horse, who was just on camera with his interview. Circus Rings is a tough horse to figure. She'll sprint, she'll go long. She was the horse that ran 2nd last year and was put up in this race. But this is another great example of Ohio racing. You got 11 mares, almost all 11 of them have a legitimate chance to win this race. This is a $100,000 purse. These are mares that are going to make $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 in their careers. A lot of them were very inexpensive purchases. Some were even claimed. This is what Ohio racing can be. They all come together on a day like this, the best of Ohio, and they run for $100,000 purses. Almost no other state in the United States can offer that kind of bang for the buck, and that's why we love Ohio racing so much. So this is the Pay the Man. My pick with my heart is Grizabella. My pick with my head is Moonlit Mission. And regardless of the outcome, you'll see the owner, Grizabella, crying, win or lose. So best of luck to all of you in the Pay the Man.
Call to the post now for today's 7th race, the Best of Ohio Pay the Man Stakes, $100,000. Buckeye Gals at 1 1/8 miles. Exact to try super pick 3, pick 4 wagering offer. The Pay the Man race 7 is in 4 minutes. You place your wagers now. Short and post parade here for the Pay the Man. Let's introduce the field now for race 7. There's one Totally Obsessed, owned by Irish Charm Thoroughbreds and Jerry Laria, bred by Schleprock Racing, trained by Gary Johnson. Deshaun Parker rides. Number 2 is Jerry Laria's Cali Dream, bred by Bob Gorman Mass Thoroughbreds, trained by Gary Johnson. That's jockey Angel Serpa. John J. Sugar owns and bred Sally Strong, trained by Mike Rohn. That jockey Louis Rivera. Elkhorn Oaks Inc., bred and owned Market Success. She's trained by James Jackson and ridden today by jockey Malcolm Franklin. For 5, here comes Jigs, owned by Jefferson Evangelista, trained by Carlos Inerio, bred by Mike Rohn. Eric Barbaran up. For 6 is Moonlit Mission, bred by Belvedere Farm, owned by Charlie Williams, trained by Silvano Gonzalez. Jose A. Bracho in the saddle. 7 is Jack Cannon's Rip Roaring, trained by Glenroy Brown, bred by Langsam Farm. Ricardo Mejias in the irons. 8 is Grisabella, owned by Mike Anticino, trained by Jeff Radosevich, bred by Dr. George Mapleton Thoroughbreds. Scott Spieth in the ride. Number 9 is Circus Rings, owned by Knights A to Z Racing, trained by Valerie Shannyfelt. She was bred by Michael Lauer and Penny Lauer. Hector Barrios up. The 10 is Ballroom Blitz, owned by Marion Gorham, bred by trainer Bob Gorham and Mass Thoroughbreds. Yarbury Correa is the pilot. And number 11 is Drill It, bred by Eric Heyman, owned by Mass Thoroughbreds, trained by Bob Gorham. Christian Polaris in the saddle at your field for the Best of Ohio Pay the Man. 2-minute warning. Race 7 kicks off today's late pick 4, 2 minutes. Now just a minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for today's late pick 4 and the Pay the Man. Race 7 about to begin. 1 minute. All right, at the gate, it's post time now for the 7th race. To Pay the Man, 11 Buckeye Gals here at a mile and 1/8. 8 to 5 in favored is number 6, Moonlit Mission. The rail belongs to Totally Obsessed, wearing the Irish Charm, orange and green shamrock. Rip Roaring is in line. Cali Dream has gone in. Grizabella is ready. Sally Strong. Circus Rings is in line. Market Success in the Elkhorn Oaks Emerald Green is in. 4 back. Ballroom Blitz is ready. 3 out. Here comes Jigs, goes in, a pair left to load. The favored filly Moonlit Mission. The Charlie Williams Royal Blue. And Drill It. And the Mass Thoroughbreds Purple, the last in line, waiting for Drill It. Locked up. And they're off in the Pay the Man. Good start for Ballroom Blitz. Circus Rings has speed. Totally Obsessed is to the front. Sally Strong and Grizabella also in the early mix. They passed the stands for the first time, and it's Totally Obsessed in front. Circus Rings is now second with Sally Strong just behind that leading pair. She's sitting in third. Here comes Jigs, moves up inside of Market Success. Ballroom Blitz on the far outside. Grizabella is in and amongst rivals, racing in that second flight. Drill It is sitting about 4 early lengths behind. Cali Dream is just in front of the favored filly Moonlit Mission, and Rip Roaring is last. The pace is slow here. Totally Obsessed allowed to go as slow as she wants, and she shows the way. Circus Rings is second as they enter the backstretch now. Market Success 3 deep racing third. Ballroom Blitz still out there 4 wide in fourth. Sally Strong down along the inside, she's fifth. Grizabella between rivals, 2.5 lengths from the lead. Here comes Jigs, just 4 from the front. Drill It's on her outside. Cali Dream is next, and it's Moonlit Mission and Rip Roaring. They continue down the backstretch, about 3.5 furlongs to go, and to Pay the Man. Totally Obsessed still there. Sally Strong, there she goes now. She moves up the inside to challenge Circus Rings. Market Success is right there. Grizabella there. Ballroom Blitz 4 lengths off the lead. Here comes Jigs, Cali Dream together. Moonlit Mission begins to rally, but she's still 6 lengths behind, and then it's Drill It, and the trailer is Rip Roaring. The leader is Circus Rings. She hits the quarter pole in front of Market Success. Sally Strong is down along the rail. She's racing in third, top of the stretch. Circus Rings just in front, but Market Success is right alongside. These two together, 1 furlong to go. Sally Strong behind them in third. The leader is Circus Rings. Market Success trying to get by. Sally Strong trying to pick this pair off from third. 70 yards to go. It's Circus Rings in front. Circus Rings with the lead. Sally Strong too late. Circus Rings wins the Pay the Man. Sally Strong was second. Market Success finished third, and Moonlit Mission had to settle for fourth. Judges have pushed the 9 Circus Rings first. Number 3, Sally Strong, second. Number 4, Market Success was third. The 6, Moulin Mission finished fourth. 9-3-4-6 unofficially in race 7. We have a jockey's objection in progress. Multiple objections here. The jockey of the 3, Sally Strong, Louis Rivera, and the jockey of the 4, Market Success, Malcolm Franklin. They both objected against the 9 Circus Rings and jockey Hector Barrios alleging interference nearing the wire. So we have 3 and 4 versus 9 jockeys' objections here in the 7th race. Hold all tickets. These objections do involve the unofficial top 3 finishers. Hold all tickets. Objections in progress. And ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the replay, the stewards have ruled to be no change in the order of finish. 9, 3, 4, 6 will stand in race 7. In the winner's circle now, Circus Rings. This is back-to-back pay the mans for Circus Rings. 6-year-old dark bear brown mare by Wilburn out of Ring Ring Ring. A Buckeye bred by Michael and Penny Lauer. Knights A to Z Racing, the winning owner, is Valerie Shanifelt, the winning trainer. Circus Rings ridden to the victory by jockey Hector Barrios. That's a riding double today for Barrios. 153-2 the final time. 8th race coming up next. 8th race today is the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup, $100,000 for 3 and up. Buckeyes at a mile and a quarter. Exacta Try Super Pick 3 daily double wagering offered. The Governor's Buckeye Cup due up. Race 7 is official. Circus Rings returns $16.40 to win. Exacta $46.90. Trifecta $261.60. The dime $66.64. And this pick 3 ending here, return $40.50. Let's go down to the winner's circle. Time for the Pay the Man hardware presentation. Presenting the trophies here to Circus Rings and her connections. Jack Thistledown Racino, Director of Racing Patrick Ellsworth. Jack Thistledown Racino, Racing Secretary Hugh Drexler. Congratulations to everybody involved with Circus Rings. From everybody here at Jack Thistledown Racino, the 2021 Pay the Man champion. Coming up next in the winner's circle, we'll have an interview with the winning connections. OTBO, Board of Directors, Tony Fischbach. Stand by.
We are here in the winner's circle with the jubilant Terry Knight, who just won the Pay the Man Stakes. Terry, the Pay the Man Stakes is not without controversy.
I know,
But you...
I was worried. I was really worried because it was close, but actually, you know, I don't know why the Pay the Man the last 2 years have to have all this drama, but, you know.
But this time, your mare came out on top. She crossed the wire in first.
Exactly. Exactly. She was the best one here today.
And we talked before the race, and this is only your, what, you have 2 horses, 3 horses total in 2 years, and you get to win the Pay the Man back-to-back years. Congratulations. Terry Knight and his wife, jubilant after surviving a jockey's objection and inquiry.
Yes. Yeah, those are the nerve-wracking ones.
Congratulations.
Wow, thank you very much.
Now you got, like, We're here in the paddock before the $100,000 Governor's Buckeye Cup, and I'm here with owner Bruce Talisman. Bruce owning the current post-time favorite here, Wicked Warrior. And Wicked Warrior, Bruce, I remember you walking around the backstretch when this horse hadn't even started yet, and you knew that he was something special.
Yes, that's very correct. In his workouts before he ever made his debut, he was very impressive, and he ran accordingly, winning his first start very, very impressively, and his second as well. And he finished third in the Best of Ohio as a 2-year-old, also going long for a baby. Rested him up, brought him back, and his 3-year-old was spectacular. He matured as the year went on, and just got nosed out in the Best of Ohio at the end of the year to a pretty nice horse called Forewarned, who was much more seasoned. I was a 3-year-old, and he'd won open stakes as an older horse already. So this year he's continued to blossom and grow. The connections have just done a marvelous job, and I'm blessed to own a horse like Wicked Warrior.
Well, and certainly on current form, that's for sure, in the last 3 starts. So coming into the Governor's Buckeye the right way, owner Bruce Talisman. Thanks for joining us, Bruce, and good luck and safe trip to you.
Hey, thank you so kind.
I'll hand the mic off to Mike Anacino for some pre-race comments.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Bruce. The Pay the Man. I'm going to have to rename this race something else. It's a tough race every year. This year was no exception. Blanket finish. Hats off to Circus Rings. In this race, we are going to be privileged to watch Ohio's best horse right now, Wicked Warrior. You just heard Bruce talk about him a little bit. If he runs his race, it's truly a one-horse race. But this is horse racing. There will be 9 of them in the box. My picks in this race are 4, 5, and 3. 5 is Forewarned. Forewarned is the frequent flyer horse. He is not based in Ohio. He's based on the East Coast in Philadelphia with Uriah St. Louis. The horse is running graded stakes. He's faced open company, and then he comes to Ohio once or twice a year to try our old men. He's a tough horse. He's getting older. Maybe if the 4-year-old Forewarned might be a winner, but the 6-year-old Forewarned is going to have to do a heck of a lot of running in the stretch to catch Wicked Warrior. Magnaman is my 3rd pick. Magnaman's never tried the water this deep. He's in the best form of his 8-year-old life. He's the kind of horse that could be knocking around there and then hang on for a piece of this. But if Wicked Warrior runs, he is a daylight winner. So if you're looking to bet in this race, look to go vertical, find some horses, key Wicked Warrior on top in your trifectas and superfectas, and pick something you like underneath, and that's your chance. But I'm picking Wicked Warrior by at least 5 lengths. Good luck. See you in the next race. Thanks. Yep, you're welcome. Thank you all day. My pleasure.
There's a call to the post now for today's 8th race, the $100,000 Best of Ohio Governors Buckeye Cup for 3 and up Buckeyes at 1 mile 1/4. Exact to try and super wagering offered. Final pick 3 on the program starts here. We start a double. Race 8 in 6 minutes. Let's meet them. Here's the one, Coincidentally, owned by Danielle Agnello, bred by Windstar Farm and Blazing Meadows Farm, trained by Jeffrey Scarrett. Christian Polaris rides Coincidentally. Danielle Agnello also owns, and Jeffrey Scarrett also trains, Mobile Solution, bred by Mapleton Thoroughbred Farm. Eric Barbrand in the irons. Number 3 is John Hochtel and breeder Ron Treadway's Magnaman, trained by Ivan Vasquez. Chelsea Kaiser in the irons. 4 is Wicked Warrior, owned by Bruce Talsman, bred by Catherine and Peter Chappelle, trained by Benny Feliciano, and the Talisman Teal, Ricky Feliciano. Uriah St. Louis owns and trains the 5 Forewarned. He was bred by Preston Stables. Sonny Leone aboard. Number 6 is Sammy Double, owned by RMP Racing Stables, bred and trained by Rodney Faulkner. Edgar Picard, the pilot. Elkhorn Oaks Inc. owns and bred I Want to Win, trained by James Jackson, and Malcolm Franklin is the rider. 8 is Spin Doctor, also bred by Elkhorn Oaks Inc., owned by Rumba Caliente Stable, trained by Odin Lanado Jr., Alexander Chavez up. And the 9 is First Hand Justice, bred by Justice Farm and Greg Justice, owned by Lion Palm Racing Stable, trained by Ricardo Bailey and Louis Rivera. He's the jockey. That's your field now for the Best of Ohio Governors Buckeye Cup. Post time for race 8 in 5 minutes. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes now to race 8.
Yes, Cup. Yeah, I mean, I'm not uncertain about this. I mean, you want the tripod put away first, ready to get out of here? Yeah, I got the camera case, I got the tripod case. Yep. Correct. Every special day is considered the biggest day of the year in California. I wonder how they're handling it. I think like 2003 or 4 had this one. Ian Tony's the new Aldrin.
Just a minute. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Last call for a daily double and the final pick 3 today. The Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup about to begin. 1 minute.
I haven't in a while.
horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time now for the Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup. 9 Buckeyes here at 1.25 miles, 1-2, and heavily favored is the 4 Wicked Warrior. He's looking for 4 in a row. First Hand Justice was the first to go in. The rail belongs to Coincidentally. Forewarned is in line. Mobile Solution into post position 2. Sammy Double in the RMP Racing Red and Blue is in. 4 back. Magnaman is ready. 3 out. I Want to Win. Couple left to load now. Wicked Warrior. People's Choice goes in, wearing the talisman teal, and we're waiting for Spin Doctor the Gray. Locked up. And they're off in the Governor's Buckeye Cup. Good beginning for Mobile Solution. I Want to Win as early speed. Magnaman will be part of the pace as they hook up with the course proper here. From the rail, Coincidentally shows the way. Magnaman, Wicked Warrior right there with I Want to Win. Mobile Solution just behind the leaders. First Hand Justice saves some ground now. Forewarned is just off the pace with Spin Doctor and Sammy DeBull. White flag out, 1 lap to go. And Coincidentally in the 3 path has the lead. Wicked Warrior running with his head low. He's right there tracking him in second. I Want to Win has no choice but to go 4 or 5 wide into that clubhouse turn as Mobile Solution saves ground and advances inside. Forewarned is not far behind. He's with Magnaman. First Hand Justice 3.5 lengths off the lead. Sammy DeBull and Spin Doctor. They're bunched up with 6 furlongs to go in the Governor's Buckeye Cup. They enter the backstretch. And Coincidentally is still well off the rail, and he's maintaining a short lead. Wicked Warrior is there. Mobile Solution is right there in the thick of things. Magnaman between rivals. I Want to Win. They're lining up here behind Long Shot Coincidentally. Forewarned is still about 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. First Hand Justice is next, and it's Spin Doctor and Sammy DeBull, but they're only 5 or 6 lengths behind. They continue down the backstretch, 3.5 furlongs to go. And the Mobile Solution and Stablemate Coincidentally are joined by Magnaman as Mobile Solution now makes his move. There he goes. I Want to Win is there. Along the inside is Forewarned. Wicked Warrior is not fiery right now. Wicked Warrior is in deep water. Spin Doctor just passed him. Then it's First Hand Justice, and Sammy DeBull is last, and Magnaman is first. It's Magnaman who's taking the lead here in the Governor's Buckeye Cup. I Want to Win's on the outside. Forewarned is looking for room. Mobile Solution is 4th. A furlong to go for Magnaman. I Want to Win on the outside. Forewarned along the inside. Down to 3 now. Magnaman trying to fight off Forewarned, but Forewarned now surges to the lead. Magnaman is battling back. Forewarned and Magnaman. Magnaman came back and won the Governor's Buckeye Cup. Forewarned was 2nd. I Want to Win 3rd, and Wicked Warrior managed to 4th.
Positive reinforcement.
There's some joy right there. Number 3, Magnaman first. For 5, Forewarned second. For 7, I Want to Win finished third, and the 4, Wicked Warrior ran fourth. 3, 5, 7, 4 in race 8. Hold them all. In the winner's circle now, 2021 Best of Ohio Governor's Buckeye Cup champion, Magna Man. 8-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Magna, graduate out of Personal Notebook of Buckeye, owned by John Octel and Ron Treadway, trained by Ivan Vasquez, and that's jockey Chelsea Kaiser aboard Magna Man in the winner's circle, 2:03.2. A final time. It's official. Magna Man returned $29.20 to win. Exact $59.20. Trifecta $288.60. This dime $44.42. And the pick 3 ending here $453.10. The 9th race, Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes coming up next. Scratch the 8 Golden Money. The 8 is out. Exacta Tri Super. Late double wagering offered. Race 9 on deck. Let's head down to the winner's circle. Trophy presentation time. And presenting the trophy here to the winning connections of Magna Man. Jack Thistledown Racino. Racing Secretary Hugh Drexler. Congratulations, and the George Wolf winners. Jockey Deshaun Parker and jockey Bobby Quinones. Presenting the trophies there. The Magna Man and his connections. Congratulations to Magna Man from everybody here. And Jack Thistledown Racino. Race 8 is in the books. Best of Ohio Honey J is coming up. Up next, then television monitors located throughout the grandstand will have an interview with the winning connections.
We're here with the winning connections of Magna Man here in the winner's circle. John Hochtel, the owner, and Chelsea Kaiser, the rider. Boy, what a ride. I'll go to you first, because as Forewarned went past you, you eyed him up and said no.
No, me and the horseman, I've never clicked with the horse like that. And Forewarned came up to him, and like I said, he saw him, and I was like, man, you got to give me more. And he's like, I got you. So the horse has always had my back, and I'm so thankful for Ivan, John, Linda, and Rod for giving me the opportunity, because it's been very special, especially little issues with last time, and we still proved we were the best.
So, John, I think we answered the question if we can do a mile and a quarter.
Yeah, we answered that, didn't we?
So,
you know, this horse came back from a career-ending injury, and, you know, 7 months off, and he's done nothing but improve, you know, every time he runs. So I can't ask for any more than what I got. So
congratulations to Magnaman, the winner of the Governor's Buckeye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, race fans, we are treated to something that I don't know has ever happened here. It's certainly not at Thistledown, but we have two George Wolf award-winning jockeys here, Bobby Quinones and Deshaun Parker. Bobby, what are you doing these days?
Well, now I'm just recuperating from an injury. So being an agent and helping other riders.
Well, you'll give a lot of help to those riders. Bobby was one of the strongest finishers when he was riding, and I guess we hope to see him again if the doctor says it's okay. Deshaun, you are everywhere. Where's the next stop for you?
I'll be back in Indiana this week, so I'll be there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Are you leading rider in Indiana now?
I'm second right now.
Well, you should be the leading rider. I never saw a guy ride a Mountaineer better than Deshaun. No matter what the track played every day, he figured it out and won the races. So thanks again to both of you guys for being here today, making the presentation. And we have been very fortunate to watch both of these guys ride. They really represent the whole jockey guild like no others. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys.
We're here in the paddock for the $100,000 Honey J Stakes here at Thistledown Racino. 6 furlongs on the dirt. I am here with owner and breeder of the one Altissimo, Nancy Lavridge. Thanks for joining us. And Nancy, a horse like Altissimo only comes around every once in a while. And I gotta believe a horse that has won 10 stakes and didn't win his first stake until he was 5 is a horse of a lifetime. What can you tell us about how he has been to your stable?
He is a horse of a lifetime for myself and also for everyone else in my stable. He's just wonderful, and he always tries. We've had the opportunity to be second in a graded stakes, so that's a once in a lifetime thing for me. I have to give a lot of credit to my co-owner Jim Rankin, who raised him and trained him in the beginning, and then I was moved now to Richie Zielinski, who's done a great job with him too. And I also want to thank my co-owner Ron Zielinski, who's been great with him too. He's offered me the opportunity to breed to some really good horses and to keep up with my winning in Ohio. I like the Ohio program. I only have 3 mares that I breed, so it's been a lifetime of opportunity for me.
Well, and obviously Altissimo is a fan favorite as well, so we wish you the best of luck in this race, and hopefully we see many, many more from Altissimo. Nancy Lavridge, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go for pre-paddock picks to Mike Anacino, and I'll hand him the mic.
Thanks, Tony. Not easy to say pre-paddock picks 3 or 4 times in a row. Okay, the Governor Buckeye. What a horse race. If your heart isn't beating after that one, then your heart isn't beating. Magnaman coming on to win a thriller. So congratulations to John Hochtel, Chelsea Kaiser, heck of a race. This also should be a heck of a race. The Best of Ohio. Honey J wraps up the 5 Best of Ohio stake races here at Thistledown. My picks in the race are 4, 1, 2. The 4 is Chief Randall. I'm not sure exactly what they think with Chief Randall. They move him all over the place. He was champion Ohio 3-year-old of the year last year. He went down to Mountaineer in a turf race and ran the 4.5, I think it was a turf race, 4.5 furlong sprint 7 or 8 days ago. Tune up for this race. He never seems to get the respect he deserves. I think he's going to surprise the field and come running late. It's very hard to ever pick against Altissimo. His record speaks for himself. Not every sprint horse loves the rail. In this case, I think because of the form of the 2 and the 3, how they don't break out of the gate so much, it won't be such an imposition for Altissimo. I think he sits in there 2nd and 3rd and makes his run, and he'll be competitive. For 3rd, Ohio's Millionaire, Mo Don't Know. You can't knock Mo. He comes and brings it every single time. He was a route horse. He's won sprints. He's the kind of horse every owner wants to own. He could just as easily win this race. I think your winner's going to come from the 1, 2, 3, 4 position. The 4 is Liberate. These are all 4 horses that have been Ohio champions of the year in their respective years. You get them matched up against each other. This should be one heck of a horse race to wrap up the Best of Ohio races today. We have 1 race left, but thank everybody for coming. Thank everybody for supporting the OTBO. Again, our website is otbo.com. We are the Ohio Thoroughbred Breeders and Owners. We support racing. We have a mixed sale October 15th at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Yearlings, weanlings, brood mares, horses of older age. Come out, make a bid. Maybe you'll be in this same paddock next year in the Best of Ohio race. And thank you very much to Patrick Ellsworth and the whole team, Matt Hook at Thistledown, Hugh Drexler, Rich Ruda. It's been tremendous the way they've supported us in racing this year. We hope to be back every year. We couldn't thank them more. To the camera crew, to the sound people that took a couple guys that haven't done this in many, many years, held our hands, and we appreciate it very much. So thank you to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day on this beautiful day of Ohio racing, and good luck in the Honey J. Thank you.
There's a call to the post now for today's 9th race. 2-minute warning to the Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes. $100,000 for Buckeyes 3 and up at 6 furlongs. Scratch the 8 golden money. Number 8 is out. Exact try super late double wagering offered. 2 minutes, 2-minute warning. Place your wagers now for race 9. A shortened post parade here. Let's introduce the field for the Best of Ohio Honey J Stakes. There's the one, Altissimo. Owned by Nancy Lavrich and Ronald Zielinski. Bred by Nancy Lavrich and Nick Nar Farm. Trained by Richie Zielinski. Eric Barbrand rides Altissimo. Two's Mo Don't Know. By Irish Charm Thoroughbreds and Jerry Laria. Trained by Gary Johnson. Bred by Beechwood Racing Stable. Deshaun Parker in the saddle. Number 3 is Liberate. Owned by Windstar Farm, Blazing Meadows Farm, and Michael Lewis, trained by Tim Ham. Bred by Blazing Meadows Farm and Windstar Farm. Malcolm Franklin, the pilot. Number 4 is Jody Waite's Chief Rendell. Trained by Stephanie Norris, bred by Harry Waite and Ronald Waite. Luciano Hernandez is in to ride. Mike Rowan owns and trains the 5 More Stride, bred by Steve DeMaiolo, and Louis Rivera is the pilot. Number 6 is In Front Racing's King Creed, trained by Gary Johnson, bred by Peter Chappelle, and Angel Serpa up. Number 7 is Candy Exchange, owned by Oscar Romero, trained by Lorenzo Juarez, bred by Blazing Meadows Farm and Windstar Farm. That jockey's Ricardo Mejias. Scratch the 8. There's number 9, Going With Style, owned and trained by Terry Young. Sonny Leone rides, and Going With Style was bred by Watershed Bloodstock LLC. The 10 has started from the bottom, bred by Susan Anderson Racing, owned by Hayden Noriega, trained by John Ennis. Started from the bottom, ridden by John McKee. 11 is Dougie Dioro, owned by Jerry Sparks, trained by Jerry Sparks, bred by Doug Shannyfelt. Ricky Feliciano rides. Number 12 is Nick and Fix, owned by Mark Yeager Inc., trained by Shane Myers, bred by Langsam Farm. And that jockey is Noel Beato. At your field now for the Honey J Stakes, race 9, and a late double coming right up. Place your wagers now. Now, just a minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate for the Best of Ohio Honey J. Last call for today's late double. Race 9, the Best of Ohio Honey J about to begin. And they are at the gate. It's post time now for the Honey J. 11 Buckeyes here at 6 furlongs. 5-2 slightly favored is number 12, Nick and Fix. The one Altissimo. Current second choice at 3-1. Past champion is in line. King Creed is ready. The Buckeye Millionaire Mo Don't Know is in line. Candy Exchange goes in. Liberate is ready. Going with Style is in line. Chief Randall is in. 4 back. Started from the bottom goes in. 3 out. Here's more stride. Dougie Dioro looking for 3 in a row. And Nick and Fix will be the last in line. He's looking for 4 in a row. Locked up. And they're off in the Honey J. Candy Exchange with a rocket start. He has speed today. And Liberate from the inside is also away well. So it's Liberate and Candy Exchange. The early players here. Dougie Dior out third. Nick and Fix and Altissimo together. Chief Randall just behind that pair. King Creed is off the pace. He's with started from the bottom. Mo Don't Know is bottled up on the inside. He's inside of More Stride. And the early trailer is going with Style. They have 3.5 furlongs to go in the Honey J. And it's Liberate calling the shots here. Candy Exchange is right there. Dougie Dior on the outside. Altissimo will need some room. Chief Randall's with him now. Nick and Fix 4 lengths off the lead. It's a gap back to Mo Don't Know. He's about 8 lengths from the front. He's racing with More Stride right now and started from the bottom as well. Then it's going with Style, and King Creed failed to fire today. And now Dougie Dior taking it to Liberate. It's Dougie Dior outside to Liberate inside at the top of the stretch, and Dougie Dior takes a short lead. 1 furlong to go for Dougie. Liberate's back to second. Nick and Fix is into third. Altissimo is fourth. A final 16th to go. And Dougie Dioro is clear. Nick and Fix may be too late here. And Dougie Dioro wins the Honey J. Nick and Fix was second. Then it was Liberate third. And Altissimo ran fourth. The judges have posted the 11, Dougie Dioro first, the 12, Nick Kim Fix second. Number 3, Liberate was third, and the 1 Altissimo ran fourth. 11, 12, 3, 1 in race 9. Kind of retain all mutual tickets until these results can be posted as official. In the winner's circle now, the 2021 Honey J champion Dougie Dioro, a 5-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Mio Dioro out of Do the Tiger, a Buckeye owned and trained by Jerry Sparks, and Ricky Feliciano rode Dougie Dioro to victory. Riding double today for Ricky, 109-3. Final time here in the Honey J for Dougie Dioro. 10th and final is coming up next. Exact to try and super wagering offered in race 10. It's on deck. Race 9 official Dougie Dioro. Return $9.80 to win. Exact is $17 even. Trifecta $126.30. The dime $73.94. This double return $80.10. And this pick 3 $727.80. Time now to present the trophy to the Honey J champion Dougie Dioro and his crew. Presenting the trophies here, Greg Veit, the Ohio Thoroughbred Race Fund Administrator for the Ohio State Racing Commission. Jack Thistledown Racino, Director of Racing Patrick Ellsworth, and Jack Thistledown Racino Racing Secretary Hugh Drexler. Congratulations to Dougie Dioro et al. From everybody here at Jack Thistledown Racino. He's our 2021 Honey J champion.
Here in the winner's circle with the winning owner and trainer Jerry Sparks and rider Ricardo Feliciano. Guys, I'll tell you, this horse didn't really start till he was 4, and he's kind of never looked back at this point.
No, that's worked out very well. And I owe it a lot to this guy right here. He knows how to ride him.
Well, we put a lot of work to. I mean, Jerry did an awesome job getting him ready. You know, he had some issues earlier, but you know, he's been destroying everything he's run against. And today was the first day that he really was going to get tested with, you know, some seasoned veterans in there. Post position was big, broke well, and he just did what he's been doing. And I mean,
yeah, from the 11 hole, you kind of have to go, right?
I was really impressed. I've always been impressed with him, you know, because I haven't really had to ride him till today. And man, he just did it. He still did it easy, man. It was kind of scary.
That was a good ride, Ricky. And what made?
What made you try the Honey J instead of the allowance races he had been winning?
Well, it was time to test him, and see who. And it's getting it late in the year, so he's going to get some time off. So hopefully he'll come back and be a good runner next year.
A well-deserved break. Congratulations, Jerry, on winning this year's Honey J. Very nice.
Let's head down to the paddock now. Paddock preview time for today's 10th race. Congratulations to Dougie Dioro. Supreme effort today in 9 and change. He's getting better with every single start. That field he beat today, pretty good field. So congratulations to Dougie D as he makes it 3 in a row now. What a great Best of Ohio, 5 championship races. You know, they're all pretty special over the years, but a pretty good one right here. The jubilation from Chelsea Kaiser will be the memory I take away from this one, from Magnum Man. That was special. Great day. Let's do one more here. Race 10, 10 arrivals here in a 2-live nickel, 3/4 for fillies and mares. Selections here are 7, 10, and 3. Jack 6 in jeopardy here with a few of these runners. The One Lightning Miss finished 4th in a 1 and 12, is currently 28-1. 2 Wicked Ways has to get back into form. 3 is Genuine, who comes off a good third at Presque Isle. She's always right there. Look at her lifetime record, though. 47 starts, just 1 win, 9 seconds and 10 thirds. She gets the checks. Just needs to show that eye of the tiger here. And Genuine is currently on the board at 9-1. I picked her 3rd today. The 4 is Special Beach. Pretty good 5th last time out. Takes a bit of a drop. Could improve, could win this. She's 11-1. 5 is Renee's Sensation, who comes off of 4th. Was 8th at this level 2 back. Has to do a little bit better. 6, See What the Bar will have to improve. She does have some early speed. 7 is Kalud, who takes a drop off a runner-up effort. Kalud's going to be awfully tough here, and that's why I picked her on top. The 8 is Blushing Betty, who comes off the Maiden nickel win. Beat Warcat. We'll have to beat Warcat again today, plus a few others. Blushing Betty's a win candidate. And right now she's receiving a lot of support at 9-5. 9 is Warcat, who comes off the nickel win. Lost to Blushing Betty 2 back. Warcat right now 7-1. And the 10 is Shannon's Girl, who faced Allowance Company last time out, finished 5th. She drops to the nickel level, and Shannon's Girl should enjoy the competition today as well. She is currently at 5-2. I picked her 2nd. I go 7-10-3 here in the lucky last. Thanks for joining me in the paddock today, and thanks for joining Executive Director of the OTBO, Mike Anacino, in the paddock today. Thanks for joining OTBO Board of Director Tony Fischbach in the paddock today. Join us in the paddock when live racing returns on Monday. Monday racing is scheduled for a 12:50 start. Stand by for your call to the post for today's 10th race. The lucky last is in 8 minutes. It's a call to the post now for today's 10th and final. Exacta Tri Superfecta wagering offered in addition to the standard win play show. We close the show with race 10, post time in 4 minutes. Two-minute warning, 2 minutes now to race 10. And now just a minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute to race 10. Although race 10 does conclude live entertainment here today of the equine variety. Don't forget, watch and wager live via satellite on all of the best tracks from across the country. Right here in the comfort of your own home. Jack Thistledown Racing 7 days a week. Live racing returns to the yard on Monday. Monday racing scheduled for a 12:50 start. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out today. Thank you for making us part of your plans. We hope you've enjoyed your Best of Ohio here at Jack Thistledown Racing. Everyone's invited back for Monday racing. Post time will be 12:50. And they are at the gate. It is post time now for the 10th. 10 arrivals, 6 furlongs here. 2-1 slightly favored is number 10, Shannon's Girl. Lighting Miss has the rail, and she is in line. She's ready. Blushing Betty looking for 2 in a row. She is in. See You at the Bar is in line. Wicked Ways goes in. Genuine has gone into line. Collude. Warcat is ready. She's looking for 2 in a row. Special Beach is in. Renee Sensation has gone in. Here's Collude. Shannon's Girl is in, ready to close the show. Locked up. And they're off. Special Beach with a good start. Collude has some early speed. Warcat is making a bid for the early front. So it's Warcat, Blushing Betty, and Collude up front. Special Beach is now 4th. Far outside, Shannon's Girl's an early 5th. Down along the inside, Renee Sensation is between rivals. See You at the Bar is along the rail. Genuine watches the action from about 7 or 8 lengths behind. 2 clear Wicked Ways, and Lightning Miss is well behind. 3.5 furlongs to go, and Collude has found the front now. It's Collude in front of Blushing Betty. Warcat is out there. Special Beach is in the front 4. Renee Sensation, Orange Silks is there 5th. Just behind her is See You at the Bar. Shannon's Girl is to the outside of that one. Genuine is still about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead in front of Wicked Ways, and Lightning Miss needs to get going. Collude has company in the form of Blushing Betty. Blushing Betty outside, Collude inside. Special Beach right behind the duo, 3rd, top of the stretch. And here's Blushing Betty to claim the lead. Collude will need to counter. She's tired, though, as Special Beach moves into 2nd. So it is Blushing Betty in front. Special Beach is going to try to run her down. A final 16th to go. And the leader is Blushing Betty. Special Beach on the outside getting closer, but Blushing Betty gets there first. Special Beach was 2nd. Then it was Shannon's Girl 3rd. And Collude finished 4th. The judges have posted the 8. Blushing Betty first. The 4 Special Beach was second. Number 10 Shannon's Girl finished third. And the 7 Collude ran fourth. 8-4-10-7 unofficially in race 10. Hold 'em all. The winner's circle now, 2 in a row for Blushing Betty, a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Not Bourbon out of Railtown Girl. Ridden in Ontario, Canada, owned by Mark Yeager, Inc., trained by Steve Trevino. Eric Barbrand rode Blushing Betty to victory, 1:12-1 the final time. Race 10 official Blushing Betty, $5.20 to win, exact at $30 even. Trifecta, $96.60. This dime, $22.48. Late double, $18.40. Final pick 3 today, $304.60. Today's late pick 4, $1,145.80. Final pick 5 on the program, $3,024.20. Jack 6 today, multiple tickets with 6 of 6. Each copy return $1,706.30. So we have a carryover for Monday now. It's over $25,000. It's approaching $30,000. And that carryover will be offered on Monday when live racing returns at 12:50. Race 10 is in the books. Best of Ohio has come to a close. Join us Monday when live racing returns. Post time 12:50. For everybody associated with the racing of Jack Thistledown Racino, including Mike Anticino and Tony Fishbach. I'm track announcer Matt Hook. I'll see you later. And International Sound. I'm track announcer Matt Hook. I'll see you later. I'll see you at the races. I'll see you Monday, 12:50.